Okay, we're opening up about 8 minutes late today, 7.5. Our Board of County Commissioners meeting, special meeting to discuss the disposition of our 911 call and different ways that we might think about doing that in the future. And so we have a fairly large crowd, and I know we have a lot of interested people, and that's become clear to us from the comments that we've received also that have been sent to us. And for that reason, I think I'll do a run of show here and just kind of explain to everybody first what we're doing in the order that we'll do it in. We do definitely want public comment. We want to hear it, and we want that to be able to inform the following discussion. So as usual, we'll start with public comment first. The public comment will be those in the room first, and it'll be done in the order of the sign-up sheet, which Megan will be calling. And then for the people online, we will get to you. We're just going to go through the room first and then go to online public comment, which you can do by, at that point, once Megan announces it, raising your hand on screen, making yourself known so that she can bring you forward as a temporary panelist to be able to make your public comment. And then after that, we'll have the presentation, and that way the presentation can be presentation from staff, consultant, and I think a guest from Jeffcom as well. Is that correct? No, we don't. Okay. And then after that, we'll have discussion in which there will be participation allowed, not just by the county commissioners, but by the elected officials who were invited here. But that's not a place for the public comment, for the public who weren't invited here for that purpose, representing their jurisdictions. It's not going to be a free-for-all for everybody. And when we do that last portion, when we go into discussion before we figure out next steps, I'd like to, because the number of public officials we have in the room, rather than have a free-for-all where people just start talking, please raise your hand so we can call on you when you want to speak. So those representing the agencies and jurisdictions. So does anybody have any questions, or does that seem reasonable, or did I leave something out?
2 questions from me. Are we doing a time limit on public comment?
I think 3 minutes has been pretty standard. Sometimes when we have a lot, we've gone as low as 2, but I think this is a hot topic. We've got time. It's the only thing we've got today. So I would suggest at least 3 minutes.
Okay. And then can we just, for the sake of everybody in the room, just sort of point out the other local elected officials that are here and fire authority board members?
I think so. It's going to be hard to tell exactly because we have multiple people coming from a couple of jurisdictions, and we'd like to keep we'd like to keep it a fairly tight conversation. So, for example, we have more than one representative of a couple of the towns here, as an example, and the agencies. So, I guess we need to have a discussion about who can participate in that later discussion from them.
I mean, my understanding was that we invited, basically, if you're on the fire authority board or an elected of any of the municipalities, you're here to participate in the conversation. And
I do see some staff, I see, Jeanette and Andy and some senior staff from some of the municipalities as well.
Yeah,
so,
that's a good point.
So I think if you're here representing, if you're a senior staff, or an elected of any of the municipalities, or a representative of in leadership in the agencies, I think, then those are the people that we'd like to be able to have participate in the later discussion. So the first thing to do would be, therefore, anything else? That's good. The other thing is any opening comments by either of the commissioners here.
I'd say I think this is great that we have such a robust participation. This is an important topic we've been talking about for more than 2.5 years when the KRW report first came out and asked us to start looking into this. And I really look forward to this today.
Yeah, agree with that. And I think the thing that I would like to say is just that, of course, we're having this conversation because of the potential for cost savings. But speaking for myself, and I'm pretty darn sure Randy and Sean agree, we'll make a decision based on quality, right? 911 emergency response is one of the most important things we do for our constituents. And we won't make a change if we're not satisfied that Jeffcom can provide as good or better service than we're providing locally right now. And so to the members of the public, really look forward to hearing your concerns. I know the 3 of us will be taking notes and making sure that any questions you pose get addressed.
Yeah, and I can't guarantee that every single question or comment will be answered today, but we will, to the best of our ability, try to encapsulate them. One thing I'd also like to say in public comment is, to the greatest extent possible, and having done tons of public comment myself before, in all kinds of places. I know it's tough to do that when you have something to say. Things that have already been said, for the most part, try not to repeat so that we're hearing the same thing over and over and over and over in the interest of time because we have so many people today. But I also understand that people feel very strongly and you need to be heard and you have the right to be heard for those 3 minutes. And so it's not like I'm not going to say, I heard that sentence before, I heard that word before, but I'm asking everyone to please just try to be additive rather than duplicative to the extent possible. And I'd like to say that for myself, I agree with everything both commissioners said. If we were really looking at this as simply cost savings, there's a lot of things we wouldn't have. We wouldn't plow roads. We wouldn't have 911. 911 comes with a cost. Law enforcement and all emergency services comes with a cost. And there's no point in having it if you're not going to do it right and you're not going to keep people safe. And so I absolutely agree with what Commissioner Marlin said. Our intention is to look at things that might be egregiously expensive to date and find ways to improve on that. And as we look at JeffCom as an example of how to do that, it is absolutely important there that the most important thing is that we're able to take care of our public and keep them safe and take care of the people here. That's top of mind, number one. So any cost savings come not at the expense of public safety. And that said, I think we should move to public comment.
Do you want me to keep time or are you going to keep time?
Yeah, I would appreciate if you would keep time. You can be the baddie.
All right, sounds good. First we have Ellen and Tim or Tom Elliott.
Sorry.
You're the first public comment. Can you come up to the podium, please? Thank you.
I could use it.
When you make a public comment, just let us know what your name is and what your address is, where you live, and then we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
I'm Tom Elliott. I live at 717 3rd Street in Georgetown. And I just would like to make sure that the board is addressing not only emergency contacts, phone calls, and how you handle those or how the Jefferson County system would handle it, but also the non-emergency calls, complaints that come in both during and after hours. I think a lot of us are concerned about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I just want to throw out there, I've heard JeffCom mentioned as Jefferson County. It's not Jefferson County. It's a completely different agency that spans multiple agencies, including West Metro and other locations.
Outside of Jefferson County. So.
I actually don't know if they have anyone outside Jefferson, but it's not the county government. It's a different
separate entity.
organization.
With the exception of Evergreen Fire Rescue.
Yeah, which that's clear.
About a third of our geography.
That's part of our county.
Constituents.
Yeah, right. They do handle the east end of the county at this time for part of it. You're right.
Next we have, I'm sorry, Jeremy Jones.
I just sign in, no comment.
Okay. Lynette Kelsey, do you have a comment?
I will wait until the later discussion.
Okay. And then Jeanette Peel. Hi.
Hi, Jeanette Peel. I'm the town clerk from Empire. I guess my personal address is 209 East Park Avenue in Empire as well. One of the things that we're looking at as we're mentioning cost savings, the pricing of this new service is not exactly matching up with the way the pricing is for Clear Creek County Dispatch. It's hard for us as our municipality to figure out what it's going to cost us because there are services that they don't offer through their dispatch that we now have with Clear Creek County. So that cost savings may not look the same for the individual municipalities. We're looking at the fact that our officers or our staff, but somebody is going to have to do more work on our side when a call is taken. So for safety purposes, we might be taking officers off the street to do more work because of the reporting and things like that. And we're still unsure of what that looks like. So that's our biggest concern as far as staff looking at budgeting and trying to figure out how this affects us. Still a little bit unknown, and I think there's more that may fall on the towns rather than the county. So I want to make sure that that's pointed out. It looks differently for us than it does on the bigger scale. So just something I want to make sure we point out. So thank you.
Thanks. Amy Vroon, I think is that what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Amy Kuhn. I live at 292 East Park Avenue. I'm actually a former dispatcher for Clear Creek 911. And I guess my biggest concern is there is a unique part of Clear Creek. There is a rapport with the officers, there's rapport with the citizens. You're very familiar with the area. I don't feel like that you're gonna get that same quality of service if you go to JeffCom. They don't know who their officers are. There's a much different atmosphere there. They're not gonna have the time to be able to spend on the phone with somebody who's way up on a mountain road having a heart attack for 30 minutes until the ambulance gets there. I feel like Clear Creek has a very unique service to offer, and it is because we are a close, tight-knit community. And I guess that's my biggest concern moving to a bigger agency. Some of the dispatchers may move over, but you're gonna have people from the city that don't know our weird little roads and don't know the weird nuances that people are talking about. So.
Thank you.
Ellie Younger.
Ellie Younger, 1114 Minor Street, Idaho Springs. One of my biggest concerns is community. As a community, we, like, you know your officers and your officers know your dispatchers, or your deputies know your dispatchers. And if you go to JeffCom, you don't. They're just another cop on the road. And if you lose a small dispatch center, then you go and everyone's just big, you're marginalized, they don't care. You take the call, you hang up on the caller, on to the next. You put a caller on hold. And as a small community that Clear Creek has currently, they offer things like safe call for at-risk community members. Is JeffCom gonna offer that? Are they gonna be able to still provide that to the community? Also, I'm curious if you guys have looked into combining with Gilpin County, who's also another small mountain jurisdiction. Just because they would also get like our weird mountain roads, just because the octopus at the top of Fall River, JeffCom's not gonna know what that is, but Gilpin County would understand what that is. I just wonder if you have looked into that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheyenne McKim.
I don't, sorry, I was just signing it.
Okay. This looks like Randy Williams.
I believe I was going to be allowed to speak later.
Okay. John Kyler.
Because I probably won't be speaking later. John Kyler, I live in Golden. I do work at the sheriff's office. I'm more representing the fact that I would like just to throw out there. Started my career with the sheriff's office as a dispatcher in '83. Probably longer than most of the dispatchers that we have now. But I would like to say that consider a possible consolidation with somewhere else, possibly Gilpin. I think that you'll find your service would be different, will be people rather than numbers, will be more people than technology. And I think that JeffCom's definitely a great center. There's not a doubt there. I think that we have a much better level of service if we could keep it within the two counties. When I was hired back 9 years ago now, we started the talks of combining with Gilpin and never seemed to mesh. We lost Evergreen Fire at the point in time they went to JeffCom. And then the other three agencies, which would be Gilpin and Blackhawk and Clear Creek, were all looking at the possibility. And it just never meshed. And we kept having turnover with supervisors at different agencies and so on. I think I'm about the only one that's left that started those conversations, but I'd sure encourage you to look at possibly that possibility. I know that you can go to sign with JeffCom, but still consider this down the road. And that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Dale.
Tom Dale, I live at 1307 Main Street in Georgetown. I am one of two supervisors for the Clear Creek County 911 Center. I've held this position for 8 years and have been serving the community of Clear Creek for 15 years. The proposal currently being considered with Jeffcom 911 for delivery of 911 services has been in the works for several years, and the subject of lowering costs for providing 911 services to the county is not a new one. An audit of all sheriff's office divisions was performed in 2021, and more recently, a transition study was performed for the Jeffcom 911 proposal. The two studies have resulted in two different sets of recommendations and two different responses from county and sheriff's office leadership. Among them, a proposal to combine 911 operations with Gilpin County. This is not the first time this merger has been proposed, nor the first time the idea has been dismissed by county leadership. Within the past week, again, a proposal has been offered by the Gilpin County Sheriff's Office to combine Clear Creek and Gilpin 911 centers, without reducing the services currently offered by either for a lower cost than the Jeffcom 911 proposal. The most recent transition study identified current operational expenses for the Clear Creek County 911 Center and a $500,000 lower cost model for contracting 911 services through Jeffcom. Included in the Jeffcom proposal are 2 full pages of services Jeffcom will not provide to the county or its residents. It will then be the responsibility of each Clear Creek agency to provide those services internally or to eliminate them. This contract would also allow for yearly fee increases to all agencies as the Jeffcom board directs. Included in the Jeffcom 911 proposal is the assurance that Clear Creek dispatchers will be absorbed into Jeffcom. What it fails to mention is that they will be placed where needed, not in the pod designated for Clear Creek, and that Clear Creek will only be assigned a pod during peak hours. After hours, Clear Creek will be assigned to the general pool with many other agencies, effectively negating any Clear Creek specific knowledge, training, or experience our people may possess. Jeffcom 911 began by consolidating 911 operators for 8 different public safety answering points, including 24 law enforcement, fire, and EMS agencies. This regional approach has both advantages and disadvantages. While these combined centers may see cost savings and greater resiliency, staffing fluctuations due to pooled resources, they may sacrifice the unique expertise offered by smaller centers. The Jeffcom 911 proposal identifies statistics for 911 answer and hold times which are within industry guidelines. What it doesn't even attempt to quantify are hold and transfer times for non-emergent lines, which often require emergency response. Administrative calls to Clear Creek 911 are typically answered by a live operator in under 10 seconds. Administrative calls placed to Jeffcom 911 take approximately 60 seconds just to be placed on the hold queue for a live operator and can be several minutes more before connecting to an actual person. This is likely to be a difficult adjustment for many of our community who are used to more personalized service. As mountain communities, Gilpin and Clear Creek share many of the same challenges, and both staff highly trained individuals who pride themselves on overcoming them. We are a magnet
Tom,
for
are you
outdoor
close?
recreation.
Close. You're about a minute over, but are you close?
One paragraph?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We are a magnet for outdoor recreation as well as through travelers to other destinations. Both centers share a similar culture and approach to serving their communities, which greatly differ from that of Jeffcom 911. The cultures of Clear Creek and Gilpin centers are remarkably similar, and an excellent interoperability plan has already been developed and implemented seamlessly on multiple occasions as recently as last week. I can fully appreciate the need for economy and providing for the safety of our community. This transition study has already been conducted at the taxpayer's expense, and I believe all options should be placed in front of our voters to decide. This decision will be with us for a long time and will be prohibitively expensive to reverse. With that in mind, I believe our Board of Commissioners need to give this matter much greater consideration. And if you do, you'll come to the conclusion that a combined center with Gilpin County is the best option for this community and all of its public safety agencies.
Thank you
For your time.
Thank you. Lisa Gray.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Gray. I'm from Gilpin County, work at Gilpin County Sheriff's Office, Director of the Communications Center. And pretty much just piggybacking off what they have said, I'm not sure what this board has discussed regarding a consolidation with Gilpin County. I know at least 2 of my commissioners are very on board with having that discussion. It is something that we have discussed many times over the years, and in our most recent budget discussions over the last 3 years have seriously talked about a consolidation or regionalization with Gilpin and Clear Creek. And as you've heard, and hopefully you will hear even more so, really the focus is on the people, the citizens, and the visitors that come to our counties. We serve them, not just take their calls. It's not just about the statistics and the numbers. And although numbers are important, it is important to also pay attention to what we are doing as a service to the people. And you guys have all mentioned that public safety is very important to you. And so I would just implore you to really think about that as you're making these decisions. We are very open to having this discussion. I've been working on a proposal without numbers of let's look at maybe hiring a consultant to look at this for Gilpin and Clear Creek. You guys had looked at the JeffCom thing, and I know that there was some discussions with Gilpin possibly looking at JeffCom as well. And that has been placed on hold because they would like to look at other options and see how we can better serve our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Anderson.
Hi, I'm only here to gather some information and to support the county. Thank you.
Lois Kruger.
Oh, I didn't know I was signed up. I'll make comments at this time. Thank you.
Vicky Argata.
Arastia?
I'm sorry. Yes.
I think my concerns have been addressed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Linda Mon.
Thank you. My concerns have been addressed too. Thank you.
Okay. Wendy Koch.
I will reserve comment at this time.
Chuck Harmon.
Hi, good morning. I'm Chuck Harmon. I'm at 2108 Virginia Street in Idaho Springs. I'm also mayor in Idaho Springs. I realize I may be in the minority this morning, but I actually have listened to Sheriff Alber's presentation and also JeffCom's. I think there is a layer of safety with JeffCom, particularly in those unusual times when you have multiple crises going on at the same time. It's easy when you have as many dispatchers to draw on as they have. I also want you to know we have a very high opinion of Clear Creek County Sheriff's Department and Gilpin County Sheriff's Department. They back us up routinely, and we're very thankful. The dispatch at the county has been excellent. So it's not about the people. They're golden. But I do think that every time JeffCom goes and absorbs another agency, which they've done like 24 times, there are these same concerns. And they're valid concerns. They need to be addressed. The people need to be heard. But I think that if you look at the safety record with JeffCom, it's there. So it pains me to say this, but I do think that we're not putting, dollars over people in this situation. I think that there is a substantial savings. There's economies of scale that are just hard to duplicate with small agencies. So that's all I had this morning, and thank you for addressing this. I think it's something that obviously we all care quite a bit about.
Chuck, is it your intention to participate in the intergovernmental discussion later also?
Well, I do plan on being here.
Okay.
But I think I've said what I needed to say as far as the city council's view, just that we really appreciate the sheriff's department and dispatch currently.
Okay.
And this is merely dollars and cents and not putting safety or dollars and cents over safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Andy Marsh.
I'll pass for now. Thank you.
Nate Busick.
I'll reserve comment for now.
Sam McCloskey.
Good morning. I'm Sam McCloskey, the mayor of Silver Plume. I live at 870 Madison in Silver Plume. I asked the town board last night to give me some guidance and how I should present this. And the board in general is against moving to Jeff Com. There was a couple that voiced an interest in what's already been brought up as collaboration with Gilpin County. Their concerns are the quality of care that the people of our county is going to get out of this. Our dispatchers now are familiar with the area. They're familiar with the people. We're not going to get that from somebody who's based down the hill. Everybody's extremely concerned. Everybody that I've spoke with in Silver Plume, not only the board, but the residents of Silver Plume are very concerned about what's going to happen if we go through with this. They're concerned about not being able to get the quality of services that we're getting now, just because a dispatcher coming from JeffCom isn't going to know the county like our dispatchers do now. We're afraid that it's going to harm the residents more than help them. The town of Silver Plume would encourage you to look into something with Gilpin County or look into other funding options to keep our services going the way they are. Will I be allowed to participate in the other conversation?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank
The
you.
reason I asked that is because my invitation to this come a little late, so I didn't know. Silver Plume's not one that's being asked to directly contribute to this, so I didn't know if we'd be allowed to be involved in that conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Just allow me to explain that. When I was coming up with the list of the agencies to invite, it was the list of those that participate in dispatch services, and Silver Plume relies on the sheriff's office and the fire department, so it doesn't directly pay in. It was just an oversight on my part. But yeah. As we discussed yesterday morning.
Yeah, I would suggest that Silver Plume should be able to participate in
Yeah, of
any
course.
governmental discussion.
Absolutely.
Richard Collins,
I'll pass.
Rhiannon Dybert.
Who?
Rhiannon, did you want to speak?
Hello, my name is Rhiannon Dybert. I live at 397 Harris Drive in St. Mary's. Full disclosure, I am a Clear Creek County employee and also a resident. Speaking as a resident, while I understand the budget issues, I'm a huge supporter of keeping jobs within the county. Currently, calls to Clear Creek County non-emergency dispatch are answered immediately, and the dispatchers understand the intricacies of our unincorporated roads and areas. I have heard from people who are serviced by JeffCom that calls to their non-emergency take more time to be answered, and I worry that the dispatchers there will require more time to ask more questions, to gather more information, which could delay response times. These people have also said that it's easier to file a non-emergency report online for JeffCom rather than call. And with the internet woes this county faces, I worry that non-emergency reports simply may not be made at all. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, now if we want to move on to the people that are online, please raise your hand if you want to make a public comment, and I will cross you over as a panelist.
Well, one thing here, did anyone come in that wish to speak, a member of the public, not one of the elected officials that's invited, did anyone come in after we picked up the sign-up sheet?
May I please just make a comment? Can everybody speak up a little bit? We have difficulty hearing you back here.
Okay, me too. I should think about that. Thank you. Was there anyone here? Is there anyone here who came in after we picked up the sign-up sheet who's a member of the public that wishes to speak? Seeing no hands. Okay, back to online.
Again, last call for online. Anybody that wants to make a public comment, please raise your hand and I will cross you over. Okay, we've got one. This is Lisa Gooch. Hi, Lisa, you can go ahead.
Okay, hi. Good to see you all. I just wanted to make a comment because of that lady that just mentioned what she knew, Rhiannon, about just how the people in the county, I have heard that people do understand the special needs, and if she's correct about online non-emergency, that's ridiculous because I don't know anybody, well, maybe you guys, but that are going to go online, sorry, for something like that. And I just wanted to say I agree with everything she had to say because I've talked to people in the county that are very happy with the services the way they are. And I hope and pray that it'll stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we assume your dog agrees with you?
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Just for the record, I heard that was Lisa Gooch, a resident of Georgetown. If future speakers could state their name and where they live, that'd be helpful.
Anybody else online, raise your hand if you wish to make a public comment. No one else?
No public comments online?
No.
Okay. All right, I think the next order of the day then is the presentation, if we can go to that.
All right. Thank you, Randy. So just to give a brief open before we ask our consultant to come up and sit at the table here, but this conversation, as we heard from both the public comment as well as the county commissioners, has been going on for quite some time. So in 2021, the Board of County Commissioners, working with staff, at that time selected KRW Associates to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of our sheriff's office. They focused on looking at program refinements, efficiencies, new strategies for service delivery. Also took a look at our budget and fiscal concerns as well. They issued their final report in September of 21, which included 17 specific recommendations with respect to the sheriff's office. Recommendation number 11 included identifying the need for a more comprehensive review of our management of the communications center moving forward. So part of that recommendation included exploring the possibility of joining JeffCom 911. The KRW reviewed that option at the time as a method to ensure a continuation of our quality services that we get today, in addition to potentially realizing some cost savings. They did meet with JeffCom at the time. They met with their executive director and had heard some positive things about the potential for looking at a transition. We've heard this both in the public comment as well as from the comments from the board members, but I hope that everyone in this room understands, and those who are watching online, that we are facing a real economic challenge right now with respect to the county's budget situation. Without real permanent reductions, and I stress permanent, or revenue changes, we're facing a fiscal cliff by 2030. Now, I will say that our staff has done a lot of work and pushed that number out. It was 28. We've pushed that fiscal cliff out to 2030, but it's still on our horizon. And so the question is, how will we change our course and not hit that cliff? So that said, and the board has already articulated this, so that you are very mindful of this, but cost savings cannot be the only measure as we assess this potential transition. It has to include a continuation of the high quality services we get today from our own staff. And again, I know you're mindful of that. But at the same time, we've made it clear to the organization that we are seeking ways to modify our service delivery. How do we change how we do business to realize cost savings? And I assume the sheriff at the time recognized that, and the sheriff did reach out to JeffCom. Sheriff and the undersheriff met with JeffCom, toured their facility. I'm sure that the sheriff at the time had boxes he needed to have checked to determine if it was something he was going to support or not. The sheriff shared that with the board in a regular board meeting at an update. And you then directed the county manager, me, to reach out to JeffCom directly and take on that review of the potential transition. So I did meet with the JeffCom at the JeffCom facility, got a tour, met with the executive director. And what we learned is in terms of joining that consortium, they require a study of some of the critical success factors that need to be in place in order to make that transition right. The risks, the timeline, the costs associated with the transition. So we entered into an agreement with Talion Defense for that review. They've conducted that work, and Brian Wilkerson from Talion is here today to provide a presentation for us. He has met with our communications advisory board several times, as well as individually with each of the stakeholders. So that group includes all the municipalities, the fire authority, our EMS, all entities that are being dispatched right now by the sheriff's office. So unless you have any questions for me, I will turn it over to Brian to give his presentation. He's going to walk through a lot of the things that he reviewed, the data that he reviewed, the services that they can provide if they choose to make this transition, the services that they can't provide, and some of the things we're going to have to figure out along that way if we make this decision, and a discussion of some of the ongoing savings that we think or the ongoing costs that we're going to incur over time, and then what that process for transition would look like if we choose that. So Brian, if you want to come on up, unless you have any questions for me, I'll let Brian walk through his presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you. I have 911 is a big part of what I do all the time, all around the country. And so this is one of those areas where I have a lot of expertise. I think that this kind of a discussion always brings out a lot of concerns, and they're all very justified, very important things to talk through. What I'm going to try to do is present the option of potentially looking at JeffCom. I think it's really important to note before I start this that there is no ask in front of JeffCom at the moment. So Clear Creek, just because I've heard different things from different people, Clear Creek has not asked to join JeffCom at this point. No decision like that has been made. So anything that I present is really the results of this transition study. Anything that, if there was ever to be an ask for Clear Creek to join JeffCom, still a process that would have to go through their board. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
And Brian, if I could ask you to do one thing, I think for our public here, for everyone, if you could just identify yourself and your qualifications so that we understand where all this information is.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I think that just a very brief, couple, 3 sentences, or, where you went to grade school, all that stuff.
Yeah, grade school. That's a long time ago. So Brian Wilkerson, I'm the CEO of a company called Talion Defense. Have basically started my career actually in law enforcement, and then have been doing consulting in this space for the past 26 years. So for the past 10 years, a good portion of that is focused on 911, though I do other things with other parts of law enforcement, national security, fire, EMS, et cetera. So this is a big specialty for me. Also a big focus on human resources and those kinds of things. So staffing and those sorts of implications as well. Have worked really all over the country in terms of consulting with law enforcement agencies, national security agencies, the military, et cetera. So this is really where I spend most of my time.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, absolutely. No. So I don't know if we can bring the presentation up. Appreciate it. So to start with, whenever an agency we basically follow the exact same process to try to compare apples to apples. As someone mentioned earlier, there's a number of agencies who have joined JeffCom over the years, beyond the original 8 agencies who all had their own 911 centers. Many others have joined since then. So the method
Sorry, it does that
Yeah,
sometimes.
no worries. If you wouldn't mind flipping to the next page. So
Hopefully it was recording before, right?
It was.
I was going to say.
It was.
The objective really here was to look at the possibility of transitioning 911 services currently provided by Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office to JeffCom. And so with the goal, really dual goals of improving service and reducing cost. And so I think we need to talk about both of those aspects, and we will. Next slide, please. So just to give everybody an overview of JeffCom who might not have it, I'm not going to spend too much time here, but when you look at it, JeffCom was formed in 2018, 8 original organizations, now serves 24, as someone mentioned previously, about 700,000 calls a year. Total staff is about 150 people, which makes it one of the largest 911 centers in the country. So it is a very different scale, a budget of about 21 million annually. Right now, the emergency communicator staff, about 6 years average experience, 20% of the staff have more than 10 years experience as dispatchers coming in. So generally a very experienced crew. When you look at JeffCom has won lots of awards and gotten accreditations and things like that. I think though, I really want to say something that's, I think, important. JeffCom is not purely focused on numbers. If you look at the last 3 weeks, there's been 4 documented times when the call takers that supposedly hang up on people having a heart attack have saved lives, right? Through staying on the phone, through giving CPR instructions and those kinds of things. I really just don't want to paint JeffCom as an organization that doesn't care, because it's not that. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands those pieces. Does JeffCom do a lot of metrics and a lot of measurements and a lot of things? Absolutely. There's no doubt. There's very little in JeffCom that isn't measured and isn't looked at in terms of how service can be improved and those kinds of things. But I really, knowing a lot of the people on the floor, I recently did a number of floor observations, and I literally watched a call taker sit on the phone with someone for 47 minutes while, they were having heart problems and waiting for an ambulance who was, having trouble getting to them because of traffic, et cetera. So I don't want to paint the picture that JeffCom doesn't care, because it's just not true. So I think that's really important context for people to have. So that's a bit of an overview of JeffCom. To flip over to really what would JeffCom do for Clear Creek County, all the key services are there. It's important to note that like many centers of this size, the current 911 center within Clear Creek supports a lot of other functions outside of core 911, most of those being related to the jail and those kinds of pieces. That's not something that JeffCom is set up to do. So there are a number of services that wouldn't be included that I'll talk about as well. But really most of the core 911, answering calls, dispatching resources, tracking officers, all of those kinds of things would be included in the scope. And so that's it there. I know someone mentioned a couple of people have mentioned the Safe Call program. That is something that JeffCom would do and would take over and continue that program. JeffCom really works to meet the needs of each of the individual agencies. Sometimes that's challenging. There's 24 of them as it stands now, but there really is a focus on that. So when you look at it, it's the first few services that are listed here are the core services. It would require some change. And so I think that those are important, and I want to highlight those. For example, right now, your emergency notification system is on a platform called Code Red. JeffCom uses a different platform because of some problems that they've had with Code Red in the past. So if you were to move to JeffCom, that's something that would need to change, the platform. That said, you would basically take everything that's in your Code Red system now, upload it into the Rave platform, and you'd be starting from kind of the same point. So I think that when you look at it, there are some different things that would change. Things like camera monitoring, basic warrant confirmation, even your school safe activation and monthly testing, all of those would be included. One of the things that would change is some of the ways that warrants are managed, warrant packing, et cetera, and I'll talk about that more in a bit. The original scope that came back from JeffCom changed a little bit based on the request of the agencies that were being served. I think the concern was there would be too much of a burden still left with the agencies. And so we worked to try to find some other ways that JeffCom could accommodate some of the things like criminal histories coming out of the jail and things of that nature. And so there's a number of things that changed from what the original services were to try to accommodate the need to help Clear Creek not have to retain as much staff as it goes through. So I guess I'll pause there and just see, I know some of these get into more technical terms, et cetera, but any questions about sort of from the board about the services that are proposed?
You're right, there are a lot of acronyms.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure if there was anything I can clarify, happy to do that.
Through it, that was the first thing.
Yes. 911 has lots to it. So, but if there's anything I can clarify, please don't hesitate to let me know. The
questions?
I'll probably wait till the end.
Okay. The next 2 pages get into the excluded services. And so there are a number of things that JeffCom doesn't have within its scope in terms of working with the agencies. So for example, the piece where it's coordination with, Colorado's infrastructure for doing backgrounds and things like that, all the things that officers need to have to be able to run criminal histories and do those pieces. There's a lot of acronyms just in this sentence, but that's really what it boils down to. JeffCom administers that for its own staff, but not for the agencies that it serves. And so it would require what's really commonly referred to as a CBI coordinator, a CCIC coordinator for each of the agencies to be in place. That's not a full-time job, but it is something that has to be done by the agencies. Usually that's a part-time role that's contained within the agencies. Many of you have heard about Senate Bill 217 and the compliance that requires in terms of reporting, et cetera. While JeffCom doesn't do that for the agencies, they work with them to make that available. And we had a call yesterday about how could we potentially do that for Clear Creek and make sure the information is easier to access. Any non-emergency notifications that you currently use HyperReach for, those would stay in the control of the county, and that wouldn't be something that JeffCom would do. There's a technical term of warrant packing, which is really doing entry around warrants, putting all the information in to make the warrants valid and all those kinds of pieces. Those are usually done by the agency's original or in-house records group. So that's something that would stay at the sheriff's office. Panic alarm maintenance and testing, because that requires going out and actually physically touching panic alarms and things like that, would still be the responsibility of the county, though JeffCom would monitor those and dispatch resources as those went off. Notary services, which are required for affidavits and those kinds of things. We looked at a couple of different options in terms of how that could be done, and we've basically talked about retaining that in Clear Creek. There is a way to do that remotely if that was something that was desired. It could be explored as well. And then there's a number of pieces that go along similar to warrant packing with information entry and those kinds of things. There are state mandated response times for these. And so after hours when Clear Creek or on the weekends when Clear Creek doesn't have record staff available, JeffCom would do those things just as they do for other agencies. But then that would be turned back over to the agency to sort of finish that up when the record staff were back in. So these are all sort of more general services. The next page of services that would be excluded are all purely jail related. But any questions about these before I move to those?
The last thing you talked about was the after hours thing. It would have to be done on an as time available basis, which is more like follow-up work, a lot of that.
That's correct. So there are a number of things that have to be done within a certain amount of time, and that would all be done by JeffCom. So so initial entry, there's some initial research that goes with it, all those things. There are state mandated requirements around response times and things like that. Those would all be done by JeffCom after hours to make sure that we complied with those. Then there is some additional work that can happen basically when staff come back in. And so that would be brought back over to the agency to finish that up. Other questions about these?
So I see people raising their hands. This isn't a question and answer section with the public. We're going to potentially get around to you, but we're going to let him go through his presentation.
So jail operations and support, I'm not going to spend too much time on these, but as I mentioned, there's a number of things that are very integrally tied. So your jail control position, for example, sits right in your dispatch center. And so those functions are very integrated. They back each other up and those kinds of things. That's not, all of this work really associated with that would not be things that JeffCom would take over. Just like the Jefferson County Jail, they don't do that for Jefferson County Jail either. Those would remain jail functions. So those still would have to be staffed by Clear Creek in terms of that. So any questions about those?
No, I think I'll hold it because it's not a question for you. So,
okay. The next page really gets into the standard service levels. So each user agency within JeffCom has a contract for service with JeffCom. In that contract, it outlines the contracted services and the service levels associated with them. Someone mentioned earlier that these answering times, et cetera, really follow primarily national standards in terms of how quickly calls are going to be answered and things of that nature. It looks at things like hold times and abandon rates and quality assurance, et cetera. So these are all things that would be contracted services and service levels that Clear Creek would have a guarantee on in terms of meeting these various service levels. So, won't get into these intimately, but these are sort of the key things that JeffCom provides from a service level perspective. These are measured, they're reported on monthly. They're reported on for all agencies. That's actually information that people can go to the JeffCom website and get if you're curious in terms of performance against these service levels. Any questions about those or anything needs to be clarified?
Not at this time.
Yeah.
Not for me.
It's important to get into, what are some of the assumptions behind this and what did we do to size this and figure out costs and all of those different kinds of things. And so we spoke with each of the agencies individually. We had them provide some written information. We looked at data from each of the agencies. And this is what we're looking at in terms of scope and what we would be servicing. So when you look at it, it's basically across the agencies about 84 sworn or first responder personnel, 9 code officers and 15 civilian staff that JeffCom would be serving, up to 34 law enforcement and 14 fire/EMS at once.
Just for point of clarification, these numbers that you're giving us are what you would be taking on when you take on Clear Creek and all of the agencies within Clear Creek, correct?
Yeah, and what I mean by that is that's the personnel within the agencies that Jeff Com would be servicing. So that's actually the staff themselves that they would stay in the agencies, but that's the scope of the people that they would be serving. So there's a number of other groups that Clear Creek County agencies collaborate with. We've tried to list as many of them as we know about here. This is very common in terms of people partnering together, Forest Service to Road and Bridge and all of those different components. This is an important piece. So the way that a 911 transition like this works, we would not be doing anything with your 911 lines, your 911 infrastructure in the county other than forwarding it to JeffCom. So Clear Creek would maintain ownership of those 911 lines. It's the same 911 lines that people call into today. They would really just be forwarded to JeffCom, and answered by JeffCom. So it's an important differentiation. So we're not changing that infrastructure. The way that gets forwarded is by multiple different fiber-based routes. So we have from any given segment at least 2 ways to get to JeffCom, usually 3 in terms of that. So every once in a while, a fiber line goes down and we need some way to have redundancy around that. And so even though we have over the years seen a number of times when, fiber was damaged or those kinds of things, we haven't had a disruption in terms of 911 service because of the redundancy that's built in there. But it's important to note that we're not changing that infrastructure that exists in Clear Creek today. And so the other piece that I want to address, because I think there's a little bit of misperception around this, is the idea of staffing. So Clear Creek would be part of what would be called a shared pod, right? And so within JeffCom, there are many pods, and each of those pods services a certain group of customers. Some larger agencies like Jefferson County Sheriff, for example, may have multiple people within that pod who are dedicated purely to that. When you look at that, the estimated call volume for someone like a Jefferson County Sheriff is basically about 20 times the size of a Clear Creek County altogether. So for one agency. So that does have a more dedicated pod. When you look at the staffing levels in the pod for that, Clear Creek would be part of a shared pod with some of the smaller agencies that are in Jefferson County now. Agencies such as Morrison or Lakeside or those kinds of things. Exactly which ones, I don't have that information at this moment. That would have to be figured out. But Clear Creek would operate on its own channels, same channels it operates on today. Those would be monitored 24/7 by dispatchers who are actually part of this pod. So it would not be something where after hours that pod goes away. That pod would still be there after hours and still be servicing Clear Creek County. Within that pod would be people who know Clear Creek County specifically, and that would be an important part of the training piece. We do hope that some of the Clear Creek County dispatchers would come down and become part of JeffCom. But even if they didn't, there would be a part of that in terms of how do you train and make sure that they have the knowledge that's needed from a geography perspective. And then each of the individual agencies who are now serviced by Clear Creek County would become individual, what we call users of JeffCom. So each of them would have their own agreement with JeffCom. Each of them would be part of the law, what we call the Law Operations Board or the Fire Operations Board, which are the groups that provide input into the day-to-day operations of JeffCom, how things work, et cetera. So each of the individual entities would have a membership from that perspective. The technology piece, I want to talk about this briefly. I mentioned we would use basically the same channels, same infrastructure, wouldn't require any reprogramming of radios. So people would operate the same way they do now. From a CAD perspective, each agency would be required to have licenses to JeffCom's CAD. CAD stands for Computer Aided Dispatch. For people who don't know, that's sort of the core system that information gets entered in terms of calls and information about calls for service, et cetera. So the Clear Creek County would be required to have access to that information. That's where JeffCom operates. From a records management system, which is basically where those records then go to be accessed later, et cetera, what we've proposed is basically an integration between JeffCom's record management system and CAD system and what is now Clear Creek system so that you can maintain those records in-house and maintain that piece. Still some different approaches that could be taken to that we've been talking through with the Sheriff's Office in terms of what's the most efficient way to make it happen. But what's proposed right now is basically an integration between the CAD systems and RMS systems. I mentioned earlier then reverse 911 and emergency notifications and having to change to the RAID platform. You currently within the county use a responder notification platform called I Am Responding, which is also what JeffCom uses. That's what would be maintained in terms of dispatching out the fire and EMS personnel. That's kind of the primary method by which that happens. There's supporting technology, cameras, et cetera, that, would be maintained. And then some of the things like the call processing software, call logging, et cetera, would move to JeffCom platforms. So fair amount of work from a technology perspective that has to go in terms of integrating these things and making all of that work. But I think that we largely have a plan on how that would work. Any questions on those? So to talk about cost, the model that JeffCom has is different than the way Clear Creek operates today. JeffCom has a call for service model, but only one agency, and that's the primary responding agency, is basically charged for each call, which is not how it's done in Clear Creek today. And so the way that we charge is different. And so looking at some of these numbers, it may look a little bit different because of that. But when you look at it, for example, if you look at the first two lines with Clear Creek Fire Authority and Clear Creek EMS, those two agencies automatically roll together on a number of different calls. And so on those where there's an automatic response, those costs would be split between those two agencies because we don't double charge agencies for a given call. That works today with some of the other mountain fire agencies that JeffCom operates for already. So that's a piece of the puzzle. When you look at these components, we also don't charge for what are called self-initiated calls. So if an officer sees something on the roads, makes a traffic stop, that's something that officer initiated. It didn't come through the 911 system. It wasn't dispatched by a dispatcher. There's no charge for that call. So when you look at the individual costs here, there are a couple of big differences in terms of how things charge that make a difference in terms of the final numbers and what the overall cost looks like. So I think that's an important differentiation. When you look at it, I also wanted to note one thing. Today, what the Jefferson County agencies pay per call is different than this. There was a study that was done earlier this year that recalibrated the call costs. So the per call costs here that are showing for Clear Creek are actually what all the Jefferson County agencies will be paying starting in 2024. So that's a change that because we knew that this transition wouldn't take place until 2024, it made more sense to use those numbers than to use the current numbers. There is an additional component here that I want to make sure that is clear in terms of what it is, and that's the capital line. So 911, as most people know, I think, is funded partially by fees that people pay on their cell phone bills and on their landline telephone bills, or what we call the ETC. The Jefferson County user agencies get a portion of that fee, and that pays into JeffCom's capital replacement fund. Since Clear Creek County would be an out-of-county agency and those funds wouldn't be coming into JeffCom, there's also a capital replacement fund or a capital replacement charge that goes onto it. It's essentially equivalent to 20% of the cost. So when you look at a Jefferson County agency, they're paying the per call cost that you would see here starting in 2024, and their capital contribution is basically paid for by the 911 authority. In the case of Clear Creek County, you would be paying the per call charge plus an additional capital piece that is supplementing what isn't coming in from a 911 fund perspective. So I just want to make sure that's clear because it's different than what you've got going on today. So anything that I can help clarify on that?
No, I think you could.
So, yeah, I saw you going there. So there would be some other one-time costs and some ongoing costs that go with this as well. So I mentioned earlier that CAD to CAD integration and really being able for those systems to talk to each other. Based on estimates that we've received from the vendor, it basically would be approximately a $50,000 one-time cost in terms of that. There would be some reprogramming that would be required to make sure that JeffCom can access your VHF system from its consoles. And speaking with your staff here, we feel that cost would be minimal, but there would be some programming that would be required to do that. We don't have to install new lines or do anything like that. From an ongoing annual cost perspective, all law enforcement staff would be required to have a mobile CAD license for JeffCom's CAD. Fire and EMS would be required to have at least one license per agency. The reason there's the difference is because a lot of the dispatch work for the fire and EMS agencies takes place through I Am Responding, that platform that I mentioned earlier, but they still would be required to have those licenses in order to, access records and things of that nature. So that's going to be $1,200 per license. The eForce, that CAD and RMS transfer that I talked about, that vendor would charge an ongoing fee of, they're estimating about $7,000. One of the unknown costs would be that we need to be able to access the existing records management system that Clear Creek has because of information about past warrants and things of that nature. So JeffCom would be able to confirm those. We've been having some conversations with eForce, especially the sheriff's office has, but we don't know the exact cost of that just yet. And then any existing licenses that are not being migrated to JeffCom systems, if you retain those, obviously those costs would stay with you. I think the other important thing to note about costs, and a couple of the speakers mentioned it earlier, is those services that are still being maintained by Clear Creek would have to be maintained by staff, and there are some costs associated with those. I don't have the insight into what those would look like, but I know that's something that the sheriff's office and the county manager have been working on in terms of identifying those costs and understanding those in more detail. So I want to make sure that when you look at, the bottom line number from a JeffCom perspective, there is still some cost that would be retained by the county, and that has to be factored in as well when you look at it. The question had been raised a couple of times in terms of dispatch pay scales, so I did want to put those out there. These are public information, obviously. So when you look at both JeffCom and Clear Creek have step-based pay systems. Those are time-based in terms of people's advancements through those systems. You see here the differences in terms of the step. At step one, they're very close, and step two and forward, JeffCom's pay scale is a bit higher as you go into it. From a standpoint of Clear Creek dispatchers coming over to JeffCom, the anticipation would be that they essentially would come over at the same step. There's not really a reason to not do that because they're both very similar systems in terms of how they work. So there would be, just to be clear with everyone, there would be personnel file reviews and things like that, but generally the mindset would be to try to bring everyone who wants to come over, so to JeffCom.
So step 4 in CCSO comes over as a step 4 in JeffCom.
Correct. That would be the assumption. I mean, unless there's something I don't know about the systems as they work now, which I don't think is the case. So.
What about the benefits, like retirement plan, that kind of thing? Did you look into that at all?
I didn't do a direct comparison on those things, but I know that since the beginning, JeffCom. The mindset of JeffCom was to be industry leading in terms of benefits and try to be at the top end of that scale. Same thing with pay in terms of those pieces. And so that's something that JeffCom benchmarks annually to make sure that they're still staying competitive in that respect. So while I didn't do a direct benefits comparison, I kind of know philosophically where JeffCom has been over the years.
So just to make sure I'm understanding this right, if you've worked in Clear Creek County Dispatch for 5 years and you're on step 5, and you choose to go work in JeffCom, you get a $10,000 a year raise.
Yeah, and they're paid hourly plus overtime, et cetera, but essentially, yes. So. Other questions about the pay scale?
No. Do you have any indication of the relative turnover in our dispatch versus JeffCom?
I don't have that data for Clear Creek. I do have it for JeffCom, and JeffCom's turnover on an annual basis has generally been in the 20% range, which industry-wide is about 30%, so a little bit below what the industry is. I can say that, during the Great Resignation, that ticked up like it did for lots of people, but, that's generally when it's been running. Right now, for this year, it's running at about 15%, so we'll see where it ends up at the year, but that's typically where it is. Mm-hmm. Transition. So a transition like this is complex. And the reason it's complex is because you really have 3 major things that you have to cover. Technology, which is an important piece of the puzzle, but the other 2 are even more important. And that is the people transition, which means training, which means a lot of process work, a lot of those kinds of things. And the third piece of the puzzle is working with each of the agencies that would be served to make sure that their response plans are understood, the way that they operate is understood, et cetera, because you're making sure that those procedures are ingrained in how JeffCom actually does dispatch for it. So there's not a template that says, oh, you're a law enforcement agency, this is now how we're going to do dispatch for you. It would be working with each of the individual law enforcement agencies within the county to understand their operating procedures, their response plans. For example, you have some agencies that don't staff at night and they have a call out kind of procedure. Those would have to be built in and those pieces. So it does take some time to make a transition like this. It's technology such as, rerouting 911 and all the systems that have to be integrated, et cetera, are part of that as well. It'd be required that we really have some collaboration from the sheriff's office from a technology and radio perspective. And there would be training that would be conducted as part of this for any procedures that we're changing or making sure that everybody understands what is different, what's not different, et cetera. So that would happen for all the agencies that would be part of this transition. But it does take some time in order to make something like this happen. There's a few things, and I mentioned most of these that haven't been decided yet, that are, that would still have to be discussed. Things like the CAD platform and how that's going to work. Things like automatic vehicle locating and some other pieces. So I think I've mentioned all of these, but I think the biggest question really is that last one, which is what infrastructure and technology is Clear Creek County going to continue to maintain, because that will impact your cost.
That's what, a lot of this is what you talked about. Our staff is working in order to determine that.
That's correct. Yes. So I know John's been in a lot of time trying to figure that out. So, and we're trying to help as much as we can on that. And so we, for example, just had a direct conversation with the technology folks at JeffCom yesterday to talk through, are there ways we can make some of these things work? So, because there's just complexity to it. So that is the end of the presentation, but obviously happy to take questions or however I can support the conversation.
Okay.
A question. One of the concerns I've heard, well, first off, I was a firefighter in Evergreen for 22 years and I retired right before, in 2017, right before.
Oh, right before that? Okay.
Before they did the transition. And that was a very acrimonious process. People lost their jobs. People aren't friends anymore over it. And I kind of had a chance to see that firsthand. And one of the very first concerns everyone had was what I've heard here today too, which is our community is unique and it's somehow unlearnable. Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm curious to know how, Jeff, this is an issue and a challenge JeffCom is really well familiar with.
Yes.
And on the one hand, I think to myself, if you have an organization with relatively high turnover, you're having to solve this problem over and over again, whether there's a transition or not, right? John Kyler mentioned that he's the only person left from a while ago. JeffCom has turnover as well. So, we live in a world where you have rocket boosters that can take off and land on the same platform, 20 minutes later. It seems like this is something that we should be able to address and have a convincing answer for.
It is. And I think that it's really important to look at it as a multifaceted solution. So training and getting people out into the county right along with officers doing those things is a really essential part of, trying to solve that problem. But, if they don't live in the county, then, there is a difference if I don't know those things offhand, right? Now, there's lots of people who don't live in the jurisdictions that they serve and they find ways to make that happen. So training is a part of it. Getting out with the officers and actually seeing things for themselves is part of it. There are some technology things that JeffCom uses. So for example, I was recently having a conversation. We've just done a 5-year service review with JeffCom to look at what's working, what's not, and those kinds of things. And so in talking to Evergreen Fire, for example, there's a lot of geography knowledge that over time people have gained, but they've also done a lot of things to put into the CAD. When someone calls in and says this, they mean this, and that's the address point on that and that sort of thing.
That flashes on the screen.
Exactly right. So yeah, so technology is not the answer, it's part of the answer, right? But the training piece is big. And I will say the training at JeffCom will have to change in order to accommodate, that geographic knowledge of Clear Creek and making sure that that's an important part of the training. So that is a critical component that would be in there, but it is absolutely, something that we've dealt with many, many times and would have to be dealt with specifically for Clear Creek. I do think that there are some intricacies, right? In terms of, what people call things versus what they are, or places where there's not a clear street number and street address, and how do you deal with those pieces? But I think that those can be addressed. So
we do have people using vernacular to describe intersections in places that haven't actually been officially named that.
Sure. Sure.
I want to be careful that we don't, we're asking a few questions up here, more for clarification than anything else before we get into the meat of really talking about it and asking the questions. So that's mostly clarification about what has been brought up as opposed to bringing up what hasn't been brought up, and which is why I've been writing down questions. And I think that was a good one you brought up because you were talking about it. But I want to make sure that the other agencies and the other jurisdictions have the ability to weigh into this at some point. So I don't want to get too far down that road. That said, what's been brought up and what you just answered has brought up a point that I think could use some clarification. And I think what you told me is we're in the process of finding out that reorganization, that reassignment that was done with Evergreen in roughly 2017, 18, right along in is what has been the outcome after all of the angst and worry about that. And another question I had, and it may be one that should be held till later, is how many of our current, for example, dispatch staff live outside of Clear Creek County? Because we know a lot of people work in Clear Creek County that live outside Clear Creek County as well.
Sure.
And so, I mean, I am sensitive to that, knowing that having lived here 50 years myself, I know some things about places that
Absolutely.
staff come on, they don't know about those places. At the same time, I'm aware that most of our staff, that 75% of the people who work in Clear Creek County, not just for Clear Creek County itself, but work in Clear Creek County, commute in from somewhere else.
Okay.
75% of the people that live here that work commute somewhere else to work.
Sure.
So it's hard to sort that part out right now.
It is, yeah. I mean, and I
Get
think
into that later in the discussion.
Sure. Yeah. So, but to your point earlier about the Evergreen, I mean, obviously I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but in the recent conversations that we've had, there seemed to be a pretty good level of satisfaction with the service that was there. And so, Chief Ouija is obviously on the JeffCom board of directors. And so, has a lot of input in terms of those things. I think that, what they talked about, and I think what you'd hear from a lot of agencies is that, yes, it's always challenging when there's new staff that come on board and the learning curve that they have to go through. They also go through it when they bring on new staff to their agency. And sometimes that interaction, can be challenging when it's new staff with new staff in some cases. But generally speaking, I think that the satisfaction with the service has been high.
Yeah. And my question is, what do they have versus what they had in terms of performance and satisfaction with that performance? It's a good thing to know.
Yeah, I think there is a really important piece, and I think a couple of people brought it up. On the emergency side of things, I don't think that people feel much of a difference in terms of the service that's provided there from what they had before and those kinds of things. So, for example, Evergreen was one of the smaller centers that came into JeffCom, versus a Lakewood or versus a Jefferson County or those kinds of things. The benefit that Evergreen gets now is that when there's a wildfire, when there's a multi-agency response, when there's kind of things, there's resources there to really help with that, which they didn't really have before. What do they give up? I think that, some of it is that there's a learning curve around geographic knowledge. There's some of those pieces that go there. I think the point that someone raised earlier around relationships with officers and first responders, I don't think there's actually a universal answer to that. Some agencies, for example, they have as part of their training that their new officers, new first responders should do sit-alongs with JeffCom. They build relationships. They know each other. When you hear them on the radio, they know who the units are. They know the people that are out there, and others not so much. And some of that comes down to the culture of the agency and the interactions that they have. So I don't want it to appear like it's monolithic and it's all just, sort of cold and unassuming. What is different in JeffCom are two big things, and they're important to talk about. One is that on the non-emergency side, those calls are initially answered by a call tree. And so that is different than what Clear Creek does now. So if people call in on the non-emergency lines, but some important things to say about that. The intent there is to really try to help get people to where they want to go faster. One of those places may be online reporting. Someone brought that up earlier. That is available. JeffCom actually has an app that people can go to as well, but only about 20% of the calls actually use that app. The other 80% go through the phone tree. Some go to a live operator, some go through that. What JeffCom implemented about 9 months ago is an actual artificial intelligence piece to where if the caller says something that sounds more like an emergency than a non-emergency, it will transfer them over to dispatch immediately, because Some people, for example, may not think that, hey, I cut off my finger in a woodworking accident is emergency, but it is. So they actually do try to use technology to do that. But that would be different, right? People are used to live answer on all those calls, and non-emergency calls would start in the phone tree. So that is a different piece.
That was one of the things that I heard about, and there's like a kind of a specific, pretty common occurrence here in Clear Creek County that might be different than what they experience in the metro area, which is we have frequent winter closures of I-70, during which, if you can establish local residency, you can, get through and be allowed onto the highway. If there's a choke point and the highway's your only way home.
Sure.
We have a couple of those places on this side of the county. Sometimes during those events, it's happened to me, residents don't have their ID or their ID doesn't have the right address on it.
Okay.
And it's like a state patroller rather than, Randy Williams out there. He's our police chief in Georgetown. In those scenarios, call that non-emergency line of our local dispatch. They, figure out, yes, you're a local, and then they send a call out to clear you. And so I think when people talk about personalized service, I think that's an example of what they've, come to appreciate. How do you imagine JeffCom handling a phone call like that?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, because I think from a standpoint of could JeffCom do something like that? Yes, and there are examples of those kinds of things that happen with some of the agencies. But the question would be, how are the Clear Creek dispatchers, verifying residency? So if it's a matter of they have records in their CAD that says that this person lives here, those kinds of things, or they have access to some database where they could verify that by looking up their driver's license or whatever it is, there's things you have to stay within the law on that, then I could see that, right? But if it's based on, oh, I know this resident and I can vouch for them, that's not something that JeffCom could do. So if there's a disciplined way to do it and a process to do it, then it's probably something that JeffCom could do. If it's something where it's based on personal knowledge of this person and I know they're a resident, that wouldn't be something that JeffCom could do. So, obviously there's lots of things that you can get into, but if there's a process that can go behind it, those are usually things that JeffCom can accommodate.
And I imagine one of the things that I'm learning is that during this transition, you'll be talking to all of our first responders.
Exactly.
Not you, but JeffCom.
Right.
All our first responders about here's how we handle things. Like here's how we'd like you to handle things when certain calls come in.
That's right.
And that can be worked out.
Yeah, and that's why that transition time frame is long, right? Because you just get into a lot of intricacies like that, right? That all have to be addressed, because you can't just brush those things off, right? So yeah, that would be part of that transition period.
I wish I could say that that's like a pie in the sky scenario, but actually.
No, sure. Yeah, right.
At least. So thank you for that one. And I'm just Randy, if it's okay with you, I've got a list of questions. I'm just gonna go through them. And then
let's talk for a minute about that before we start that. And I can't be okay with that. It doesn't matter if I am or not. If I'm just one guy here, I'm 1/3 of a person. At some point, we're going to transition into an open discussion with everybody in here. Would you guys like for us to ask a few of these questions that we wrote down while he was talking first and then transition into that opportunity?
I think that could be helpful, because my guess is some of the questions George and I have are questions that people out here have as well and online.
Okay. And one other thing, and I'll just for clarification now, because I did say we'll ask those electeds that we asked to be here today to raise their hands so we can kind of manage it. And the main reason for that is because this is a recorded, and this is a very, very important meeting. And everybody's voice is going to be really important. And it's important that we're able to go back and hear that voice later if we need to and document it. And so for recording purposes, I think it's going to be best if when people speak, we ask them to come up just like during public comment and come to the front so that we catch that. Yeah. Catch the mic. So, okay. So yeah, I'm okay. If you want to go through, so I have a few asterisks down here too, but go ahead, George.
Okay. And this is just like, I've been writing down questions and concerns for over a year. This is
how long do we have?
Our first opportunity to, well, there's some very common themes. So this is our first opportunity to have a direct conversation. So.
And just so you know, I know George is looking at a whole lot of questions that he's had that he's actually been typing down as people were talking and as you were presenting. And I'm looking at the same presentation that was up there. So I have not been on Facebook while he's been presenting.
So thank you for addressing the personalized service. Thank you for addressing the Safe Call program. That was one of the concerns I heard. It's a really important program we offer. Really glad to hear that JeffCom can handle a program like that. I am curious, do they offer a similar program for other jurisdictions, or will this be a new?
The other jurisdictions do have home check programs and vacation check programs and different things like that have some similar dynamics. And so I don't know that there's another one that has exactly the same program in terms of that one and then how it works. But it was one that we talked about specifically given the uniqueness of it, and JeffCom felt like they could accommodate.
Okay. And just to make sure everybody knows, that's a program where seniors can call into our dispatch center every day. Once they sign up, they call every morning and say, hey, I'm doing well. If they don't call, dispatch calls them. If they don't pick up, a wellness check is sent. It's a really good program that we offer, I think, and I've heard great results from it. So I want to ask you next about you list CALIA accreditation that really caught my eye. Can you describe CALIA? I was a little surprised to see that a communications center got a CALIA accreditation.
Sure.
Can you just describe what they are, what that says about your ability to provide appropriate modern services? One of the things that's in my head about this transition is we have a brand new co-responder program, which involves a learning curve, right? Learning how to dispatch the right call to the right agency,
right,
and those types of calls. So can you just talk a little bit about that? What did you all have to, or what did they have to go through to get it? What is a CALIA accreditation, and what does it say about your ability to provide good co-response, dispatch, et cetera?
Differentiation between types of calls, correct?
Sure. Yeah. So CALIA is the law enforcement accreditation agency, national agency. The accreditation itself involves basically a series of standards, a series of processes, a series of things that they come in and they actually come on site and examine how you do things. They examine your records. They look at things in very intricate detail before that they give out CALIA accreditation. So you make an application, there's a review process. They bring on-site reviewers on, which are usually chiefs and other accreditation officers from other agencies to come in and review your processes and those kinds of things. So it is a very disciplined component. It is not something that most dispatch centers have. I'm not sure that there's more than 5, honestly, in the country that have it. And the reason why they have it is because the agencies within JeffCom felt that it was very important that for their own accreditation that JeffCom be able to meet the same kinds of high standards and those sorts of things to be able to do it. So what it tells you in terms of having that accreditation is that the processes and procedures and performance is up to a certain level of standard, and that it meets sort of what is considered best practice in those agencies in terms of responding to calls, staffing, the way QA is done, all of those different pieces. And it literally goes through all of those from a comprehensive perspective. It was something that the board really wanted JeffCom to pursue. And so JeffCom did do that. And again, it helps those law enforcement agencies who are also seeking CALIA accreditation.
Thank you. I mean, my understanding, because I've looked into it at a really superficial level, would it be wise for our sheriff's office to pursue that? What I've heard is that it's very expensive.
It is. Yeah.
Which I think is a great segue into another question I have. Some of the response I've seen to this information that's been provided is, you're talking about if we spend $1.7 million as a community on dispatch, and you guys are saying that you can do it for $400,000, knowing that there's some other costs out there that we're going to have to staff on our own.
That's right. Yeah.
There's a perception out there that you kind of get what you pay for, right? And so I think it would be easy to just take a look at those numbers and surmise that what we're doing is getting a cheaper, less effective service.
Oh, okay.
And so what I want to understand is how I think the quick answer is because we're a larger agency, we have economies of scale. Can you go into some depth about how you achieve economies of scale, and how just a response to it's not cheaper, it's more effective, if that's the case?
Sure. There's a number of really key leverage points that come with scale. So an easy one is supervision, right? When you look at it, you have to have a certain amount of supervision for, a certain amount of people that you have. If you look at it, JeffCom from a supervisor perspective has, about 20 different supervisors to be able to cover all the shifts, to have someone on shift at all the time, those kinds of things, right? Most agencies can't afford, smaller agencies can't afford to have, a dedicated supervisor on every shift and those kinds of things. Technology is another big one. If you look at a 911 center, a huge portion of the costs come down to technology. JeffCom, the costs from a technology perspective are shared among 24 agencies instead of 5 or 6, right? And so even though the scale of technology at JeffCom may be bigger, the fact that it's divided out amongst those. The other thing is the application of that technology to not just call handling when it comes in, but even things as simple as how people enter information into different systems. So a very simple example is that when someone calls in and a third-party recovery company calls in a tow or a repossession or those kinds of things, there's work that has to be done to make sure that car's not stolen and things of that nature. And it usually requires double entry as it stands now because of the systems that information has to put in. JeffCom saw that as an inefficiency, went out and did two things. One, automated feeds between those systems to get rid of the double entry, but also is going to be rolling out a self-service app to those tow companies so that they can actually go in and double check and see if it's stolen first, right? So there's some different things that a JeffCom does, and because of its scale can try to do. The other thing comes down to efficiencies in staffing. So when you look at the efficiencies in staffing, 911 can vary a ton, hour to hour, literally, right, in terms of call volume and those kinds of things. The number of people that JeffCom has on the floor at a time and the level of cross-training that they can do, they can literally tailor the staffing hour by hour to right-size it, so to speak, both when volume is low as well as when volume is high. And so, those are really the major points of synergy and leverage when it comes to it. So I think that there is a difference in terms of non-emergency call handling because technology is the front line for that from a JeffCom perspective. So that's a difference in service. And it is important to point that out. But those are some of the big leverage points in terms of how you get to those economies of scale.
Thank you for explaining that because, you're looking at a situation where you guys have an accreditation that's really hard to get and you're offering a service at a lower cost. And so I just wanted to understand how to accomplish that.
I have a really quick relevant follow-on question. The average dispatcher down in JeffCom, how many calls do they process in an average 8-hour shift or however long their shifts are approximately?
So there's two pieces to that. So there's the call taking piece. So call comes in, they handle that call and those kinds of things. And then, it either goes to a dispatcher or they resolve the call on the phone, right? So it can vary widely. It can be, as small as 5, it can be as high as 30, because sometimes it's literally a matter of someone calling in, I need to talk to officer so-and-so at Jefferson County, right? Jefferson County doesn't give out direct numbers. And so the dispatcher has to transfer that. That's literally a 30-second call, versus someone calls in with a heart attack. That dispatcher may stay on that phone for 30 minutes or 40 minutes or those kinds of things. But on average, it's probably in the 30 range in terms of how many calls an hour that someone handles.
That's per hour?
Yeah. And that's going to be at the busiest times of the day, right? So, when I look at the peak, they're busy. They are really busy. Now, I say average because, some of those calls are going to get handled by, so I should clarify. Some of those calls are going to get handled by the phone tree and the AI and those kinds of pieces as well. So it's not really a dispatcher handling it. I'm looking at the numbers that are coming into the center altogether. So I don't actually I would have to go and look at the number that an individual dispatcher handles. That would be more sort of what's coming into the center. So.
Yeah. Just one quick comment I would make for you, George. My experience with Evergreen, there were quiet days when not one call was emergency call was dispatched. And that doesn't mean that the dispatcher never got any contact, but that I think kind of hints at the economies of scale of being able to serve multiple agencies and having people doing more.
Yeah, there are a number of agencies, Evergreen included. So Evergreen basically is about 2,900 calls for service per year, right? Just slightly over 1 a day, over 8 a day, right? So when you look at that across the course of a day, you're talking about a pretty small number of those. And so for Evergreen to staff, full-time multiple dispatchers so that you have coverage and those kinds of things, it gets very expensive very quick. So,
So what you're doing is you're compensating for the whack-a-mole thing that's going on.
100%.
Stuff coming up, heating up over here versus something, this slows down and heats up over here. And when you've got over a broader scale, then you have a more homogeneous average landscape so that so you don't have those periods of time when you've got virtually nothing going on.
That's correct.
Really staffed in case something goes on.
That's right. And dispatch and call take are very different. Like dispatch is busy when it's busy. Call take is busy almost all the time, right? Except in the middle of the night. And so the staffing in call taking varies quite a bit versus on call load, whereas the staffing in dispatch is more consistent because the actual calls for service that go out, et cetera, kind of dictate that. But you're absolutely right. They're taking advantage of that scale to deal with that whack-a-mole. And as things get busy over here, you move resources around, et cetera.
Okay.
Thank you. And so now we're talking about being nimble by being, lean on staff, having the appropriate amount of staff on time. And I think that leads to an important question, which is a question for our own agency, something that I've been afraid of for a long time because my uncle spent a lot of time as an EMT after 9/11 thinking about what happens during a major incident. And I know there are times when our local dispatch agency only has one person on. And I wonder, what does that look like in JeffCom when we have that kind of a major incident? What's your capacity to respond? Have you tended to perform? We've been lucky in Clear Creek. We haven't had that. We haven't had a major fire in more than 100 years. But we have 40,000 people drive up and down the highway.
Right.
Yeah. And so like the odds that something like that is going to happen to us eventually, I mean, we're going to keep rolling that dice every day and it's going to happen eventually. So how would JeffCom be able to serve us in a situation like that?
Yeah, let me give you a really relevant example. So people probably remember the trucker who lost control on I-70 and, caused a number of fatalities and those kinds of things. What people don't know is that at the same time that was going on within the county, there was also a homicide and there was also another fatal accident, all going on at the same time, all requiring response at the same time. Right. And if you talk to the chiefs about that day and what happened, they would have they'll all tell you, because they've said it publicly in the board meeting, that there's no way that the county would have been able to have the kind of response that it did without what happened at JeffCom. Right. And without that consolidation. If you look on a smaller scale, even at something as simple as the Hogback fire, right, which, which is very recent and could have been a lot worse. Within, the space of literally 15 minutes, 100 and some 911 calls came in about that particular fire. Right. That will overwhelm a small agency in no time, flat. And the reason is that everybody driving by on I-70 could see it and, call it on their cell phones and those kinds of things. What happens beyond just the, individual dispatchers working with the agencies is that JeffCom can take call takers, for example, and say, okay, someone needs to call Excel to do a utility shut off. You can do that. That way the dispatcher doesn't have to do it. And they can kind of divide and conquer the workload. And so that ability to bring coordination together, et cetera. So if you look, for example, let's say that West Metro is the lead agency on a particular wildfire response. The people who are working on that wildfire can literally all sit in one place and sit together. JeffCom has a surge area where, if there's an incident going on, they can literally move that whole team to the surge area and have them work collaboratively on those. So those are things that just, in a smaller center, it's harder to achieve some of those things. Does that mean that, can't handle incidents? No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that there is something that comes with that economy of scale from a response perspective.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, that's a really important element of this. And I don't need to go through my whole list if you guys jump in whenever you want.
Right now, what I'm doing is I'm checking boxes as you cover things. Same thing I encourage everyone in the audience to do as well. So those who will be participating later.
Yeah, I think, this one's already been answered in a way, but I want it to be kind of made explicit. One of the concerns is, if we choose to contract with somebody, anybody, we're giving up our own control of the standards of performance, right? And that's kind of scary. And I've heard and seen speculation that, what happens if we see staffing and response standards deteriorate in JeffCom? Can you just I don't mean to be offensive, right? That Jeffcom like would suddenly decide that they don't care about doing a good job.
Right.
But like, what can you say to
Something to say about that? Yeah.
the standards you have, how they compare to the industry, and what like what kinds of guarantees we would see in a contract, et cetera.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the guarantees that you see in the contract are around those national standards. So the ones that I kind of listed in there in terms of that. And those are, if you look at what a typical dispatch center measures, those are the key measures that the national standards groups say you should be focused on in those kinds of things. What Jeffcom strives for day to day is obviously above those things. Do they meet them every single time? No. I mean, there's been times when, you know, especially during the Great Resignation, when staffing was down and those kinds of things, where they fell off those service levels. But what happens is two things. One, the board is literally every month looking at that and having conversations with, you know, the center about what are you doing to address that. But frankly, in my experience over the past 5 years, the center is way ahead of a board member asking the question, right? They're looking at the data. They're looking at, okay, if we missed a service level, how are we going to improve that for the next month? How are we going to get to it? And, you know, some of the technology innovations they've had, some of the staffing things that they've done, et cetera. So for example, recently the board approved Jeffcom to overstaff, right? Because they were, after this next set of academies that they go through, Jeffcom is technically at full staffing. But recognizing that, you know, people turn over and those kinds of things, the Jeffcom board authorized them to overstaff because they don't want to get in a situation where, oh, we lose a few people for whatever reason, Denver recruits them or whatever it is, where those things fall off. So it really comes down to the contractual service levels are really those that are the national standards. The performance beyond that is really the board's oversight and the staff's focus on those pieces.
Okay, thank you.
There's kind of three major areas I heard out here, and one of them we've talked about a little bit, kind of the non-emergency response. My question is, and you mentioned AI, to what degree is that system being improved over time? Because there's some special things maybe that we're doing up here, and my hope would be that they're looking at driving costs down and increasing quality, and they're going to turn their AI engine loose on that, or in some other way improve the way that happens, so that like if somebody screams help on the phone, that's probably one of the
one that flips over. Yep.
Yeah, dispatch, right? I mean, can you talk a little bit about how that might get better over time?
Yeah. So one of the things that you have to do with any sort of AI tool is training, right? And so literally monthly, they look at the calls that go through the AI bot and look at, should this have been an emergency? If so, what would have been a trigger that would have sent it over to that place? What did people eventually hang up on the bot, you know, and things of that nature? And if so, where did they hang up and why, you know? And so it's literally a monthly process to try to recalibrate that. But even beyond just the AI bot itself, the operations team and the technology team are constantly looking at both what the dispatchers and call takers have to do, as well as what the callers are experiencing, to try to figure out, are there ways to improve it? And that's more than just how do we get call times down. Hangups, for example, get taken very seriously. So if someone goes into the phone tree and they eventually hang up, those are actually researched to say, where did they hang up? Go back and listen to those instructions. Was there something confusing about it? Was there something that didn't work? You know, those kinds of things. And so it is a very much continuous improvement mindset. Jeffcom has one of the larger technology staffs for a 911 center, and it's because of that, right? They have people that are dedicated to those kinds of functions.
Okay. I think those are all my questions for now.
I've got a few, and then I think what we'll do after we ask these questions, and hopefully our other electeds in the audience will lodge those things away, and because I think then everyone got up and had their coffee, and we've been sitting here almost an hour. Probably take about a 3 to 5 minute break, and then come back to the next meat of the discussion and get into it. But a few things that have popped into my head that I've heard you respond to. One of the big ones that I don't expect you to be able to answer now, because I note that in the presentation they're not there, is what the real cost of those services are, and to really understand. There are a lot of acronyms in this report, and knowing what those costs are for the things that simply won't be covered by Jeffco that still must be covered by our own agencies, and trying to understand how that factors in and adds to the $488,000 thing. Yeah. The $488,000 question versus the $1.7 million
Correct,
question.
right. Mm-hmm.
Start looking at that. I think that's a real important one. The knowledge of terrain thing, a question I'll be looking for to be answered is the number of our staff who currently don't live in the county, who are here at this time to kind of understand what that really means when we get into the conversation in a little while. And I mentioned that earlier, and I don't think you had that number off.
No, I don't. So,
one thing that I do like that kind of dovetails what you're talking about to a comment that what Mr. Kyler said earlier was that even if we were to choose to go to JeffCom, if we found that there was something, if we found that later on there was another change that had to be made, we talk about the catastrophic cost of undoing a decision that's made. The one thing I see in here is when you say that we maintain our current infrastructure and that it's call forwarded.
That's correct.
So it's a relatively, other than a lot of training stuff, there are some transitional things for 6 months. We maintain our basic infrastructure and our basic relationships within ourselves here. And it's just a matter of these being call forwarded out. So a change in the future could happen. And I'm not suggesting to JeffCom that we're dipping to make a decision like this. I wouldn't want to make a decision like this without the expectation it's going to work. But I also want to know that there's a caveat, which brings me to that what you brought up a little bit ago about performance guarantees. There are two parts of the guarantee. One is that it's contractually defined what that performance should be to meet our standards so that we won't be unhappy. And the other one ties back to what I just talked about, which what are the remedies in the event of non-performance that seems to be unsolvable. And that's an important one. And I think this is a place where I will ask a question that would maybe get an answer right now. When we talk about combining in pods, and we are too small to constitute a pod in and of itself.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. It would be interesting to note who we would really be. We kind of alluded towards Morrison or something like that. Obviously, if you look at, Evergreen Fire and Rescue, if you start looking at Morrison, if you start looking at ultimately potentially Gilpin, if they were to make a decision to do that, even though that's not their current bent,
right,
current leaning. If that was to happen, there's both an advantage and a disadvantage to us all being together in one pod.
Correct.
The one is that in one pod, at least we have a pod that understands the locale and the terrain better and becomes localized to us and becomes like locals as they work for us.
Right.
The other side of it, though, is that it also combines us all in one place. So if we have an emergency, say a big fire that's hitting our area in general, if you draw it, because some of the fires get quite large.
That's correct,
right? Fires we've had, it would encompass everybody I just said in terms of that geographic area. It means that you got to get outside the pod to handle a really big emergency. If you're trying to use that whack-a-mole theory that you're averaging your ability to handle volume out over a large area. It means that in the event of a really big event, if we had a really large event, it seems like it would mean we'd have to go outside the pod and bring people from the outside in order to handle everything. That potentially exists. Is that true?
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about how that would happen, because there's some important subtleties to mention. So when you look at the pod concept, right? So there's a number of things that we would want to look at. So for example, you do cooperate pretty closely with Evergreen, right? You do cooperate with Jefferson County Sheriff's because they run calls into Clear Creek and things like that, right? And so one of the things that we would want to look at is how do we best accommodate those things? How would all of those pieces work? So for example, one of the ways that we're thinking about it right now, and I'm getting into a little bit of detail because it's important. One of the things that we're thinking about right now is the pod would service both fire and law enforcement because that's the way you operate now, right? We think that makes the most sense, but if we were to really dive into the operational procedures and say, nah, it probably makes more sense for fire and Evergreen to be dispatched together and the law enforcement agencies to be, that's something that we could look at in terms of that. But when it comes down to an actual emergency response, and the other thing I want to mention is that someone wouldn't be working the Clear Creek pod if they weren't certified on the Clear Creek channel. So everybody who works a channel has to be certified on that channel. That's additional training, that's additional testing, that's all those kinds of things that are going into that. So that's a really important piece. So in an emergency or in some kind of mass event or those kinds of things, the way that it actually works is that you would take the people who are already working on that dispatch, right? Let's say it was a Clear Creek dispatcher who was working with it. Fire was the primary agency. That dispatcher would do nothing but that. Usually what happens in those situations is the supervisor would come over and support them on the channel with, dealing with traffic and those kinds of things. But then what happens is that there's additional resources that are brought from other places like you talked about. They're not the ones that are on the radio or making the geography kinds of calls or those kinds of things, but the support pieces of like, hey, we need you to call the Adams County hazmat team or the Gilpin County, whatever the resources that need to be brought in, they're doing those background things. And so it's still the people who know Clear Creek that are directly working with the responders and those kinds of things, but they're being supported by other people who can do the tasks that don't necessarily require the Clear Creek specific knowledge. So that's really how it works in terms of an emergency, just to kind of more thoroughly answer your question.
Okay. And then the last thing I'll say before we go to break and the question is, I want to go back to I think it was the second thing that George brought up, which was co-response. And the question regarding that CALEA certification and so forth is, knowing that CALEA certification is being done, and that's a hard thing to get, an expensive thing to get, that's really important. That's a value. But on the ground, how is it working? Because co-response and the ability to differentiate between types of calls that require different kinds of people to come to different, for example, mental health crises and behavioral health crises, and everything from domestic violence calls to a whole lot of things that can be at varying levels of criticality in terms of security versus treatment response. How's that working? How's that working within JeffCom? How is it being judged? How is its performance being judged at this time? Not just whether they got a certification, but
absolutely. Yep. Great question. So I mentioned we've been doing this 5-year operational review, and that's one of the things that we've been asking about, right, to the agencies themselves are, how are these different pieces working, right? What we found is that those agencies who have a co-response team and have been working those pieces, et cetera, actually feel like it's working very well. Part of that is that they worked very closely with JeffCom when they set up those programs to say, how would this work? What are the thresholds and triggers for JeffCom? How are we going to train people? Those different kinds of things. So generally, when you look at things like co-response, et cetera, those seem to be working pretty well. One of the interesting comments that I heard from a number of agencies in this review was, there are times when we are overly directive about, we want this specific resource, when actually JeffCom has a better idea about what would help us from a resource perspective, because they've been working across, the different boundaries, et cetera. So that does happen too. And so some of the agencies are like, we're trying to be less directive and say, what's the best resource available to get to us in time and those kinds of things, because they have that entire view. So generally, I think from the co-response and those kinds of perspectives, where there have been issues in the past that have been resolved over time is, okay, when do we know when, if there's not already a law enforcement co-response on an EMS, when are those thresholds triggered? Is it when the, first responders call, or is there something proactive that the dispatcher can do to say, oh, we need to start rolling law enforcement in this area just based on the way that the call is going? So that's a good example of where early on, there were some issues that people were like, let's try to be more proactive and let's try to find ways to do that. So I think that over time, a lot of those response protocols have evolved, and they seem to be working well now.
And as you're deriving those perspectives, and I'll just dig a little deeper.
Absolutely.
One, there are different people who I imagine may offer different perspectives on how well it's working.
100%.
If you talk to the public health people and the behavioral health people, both within the organization, within Jeffco's organization, and out in the sector, are the results or the outcomes for those people who are better served by a mental health response? And in other words, like, there are about 3 or 4 different places that I'd like to know, get some kind of a feel for how they're judging how well JeffCom is performing in this area. How, from the perspective of law enforcement, how's it working? From this perspective of those who are the mental health professionals that are assigned to co-response along with law enforcement, how is it working? From the perspective of those people who do the follow-up and treatment of those people, because there should be follow-up for them afterwards, when they're forwarded on into some kind of a treatment or some kind of help that can help them stop being the people that generate those calls. And finally, from the perspective of those who are living the experience, the clients, the people who are being called on, the people who are being responded to because someone has reported them, what are we hearing from those four quadrants about how well this thing is working? So we know that we're getting a pretty holistic view and response. And I don't know, I'm fully expecting that you won't be able to answer that question here today, but.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think the one that would be hardest to get is the third one in terms of the long-term treatment options and those kinds of things, because that kind of goes way outside of dispatch in most cases in terms of how that works. But the other three, I think that the first perspective in terms of the law enforcement agencies, the responders themselves, and those kinds of things, I don't think there's any substitute for folks from Clear Creek talking to those agencies themselves and getting those answers. I can tell you anything, you want to hear about what they say, but I don't think that there's any substitute for that direct piece. I think in terms of the people who are involved in calls and different things like that, there are a number of mechanisms that GEFCOM uses, from surveys to, different things to try to figure out some of those pieces. So that's data we can get. I don't have it on me, but those are certainly things that we can get. So I think some of those perspectives we can get for you.
Yeah, or are we having different kind of, immediately, in the immediate sense, we're having a different kind of experience in calls,
Sure.
Improved, so that we have better kinds of responses, and then a little more medium range, what are the outcomes? And I realize it's going to probably take a little deeper dive to understand.
It will,
that.
yeah.
And I realize also that I'm getting outside of dispatch itself.
Sure, yeah.
And that's all I've got for right now.
I got one really quick one. Do you know anything about what the GEFCOM startup team looked like and how long it took them from the point of them sitting around a table saying, hey, we should join forces, to them turning up the center and taking the first call?
Yeah. Yeah. So I was involved in all that. So our firm did the original feasibility study for GEFCOM. So the feasibility study itself was about 5 months long. The process by which we designed what the future center would look like and how it would operate, and working through the stakeholders with that took another 6 months or so. The process of going through 8 individual governance boards, city councils, county commissioners, fire boards, et cetera, took another 6 months in terms of that. The entire startup, we basically started in April of 2015 and went live in April of 2018. So it was 3 years from initial feasibility study to the actual stand-up of it.
Got it. That's all I got.
And I did think of one other thing that I kind of alluded towards, but there are two things that tie together. There's a huge difference between 488,000 and 1.7 million. Okay? And we also know that we've had some suggestions that we look at a collaboration between Gilpin and Clear Creek, which should reduce the 1.7 and make it a much lower number by adding that in, so that it would become lower for us. And I have to say that I have some skepticism. It's a little oxymoronic that if we are doing as good a job as we are doing now, and we believe that we are getting good service out of dispatch now, there's no doubt about that. I want to be clear that I hold that same opinion about our current, just as Chuck mentioned earlier, we're getting great service out of dispatch at this time. It's a cost issue that's driving a lot of this discussion. I have to say it's a little oxymoronic for me to believe that, because I've done economics of scale purchasing within my own business. Sure. And I realize you can do some things and if you can knock 25, 30% out of the cost of buying the materials on a large construction project, you've killed it. Mm-hmm. To be able to cut something to a third of what it was is not plausible and under normal circumstances. So it's really hard to believe that that's something that can happen. And so the difference, to me, looks like it has to be between those services which are not covered by GEFCOM that we're still going to have a cost that's got to be added to that 488 to understand, and the economics of scale in manpower, person power that is implied by having, because I know that GEFCOM can provide a lower cost per unit of service if they are spreading it out over a really wide landscape. Sure. And running a really large operation. That's a truism throughout economics. Sure. Trying to differentiate how much falls on either side of those are the two major places you can save money. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. Is I don't have the answer to it, but it's something I'd really like to know is in that $1.2 million gap that we're looking at, how much of that is savings through economics of scale and how much of that is stuff we're still going to have to spend anyway through another method? And will there be a loss of economics of scale in the provision of those because they're not lumped together with the original service?
Sure.
And some answers forthcoming on that is going to be really, really helpful. I understand you're working on it.
Yeah,
So,
I know John is fiercely working on that with.
okay.
We know there's going to be one-time costs, right, that associated if we choose to make this transition. We know that. And just to clarify, there's no capital in that 1.7 million number. So it's actually, the comparison is the 1.7 versus the 400,000 in terms of the cost of cost of dispatch.
Okay. I'm ready for a break. I don't know if anybody spent 2 hours. There'll probably be a line.
How long do you want the break to be?
Let's try to go 5 minutes, I think. 10? Probably be a little bit.
Okay.
bring those people who are officially representing one of the towns, the fire authority, or the other agencies, the law enforcement agencies, if you could just grab your chair and come forward and sit up really close so that we can have a more free-ranging conversation, unless it turns out to be too many people. The general
Three
public.
chairs up there already.
Yeah, we also.
There's already 3 chairs up there.
We have a few more, and we have a few more people there too.
Yeah, perfect.
So we can have them.
You can move up too, but we'll try to do that.
Mayors, administrators, people like that. Want to be able to, just want to make sure we capture your comments on. I think, and that includes you, Nate, you folks come up, Randy, well, you're close enough. I think a good place to go first, rather than just have a free form conversation, is that Brian has been here answering questions of us. We have staff sitting right here. We've got 2 Brians going on here. We have someone representing the county right here and Brian on our staff, and we also have Brian here. We've been asking questions and getting answers, and I think the first thing we can do is let you guys have your turn, and rather than have a conversation with us, ask your questions technically about what you've heard here today. And so questions and comments for Brian is a good place to start.
The one thing I just wanted to mention, I think online I saw some confusion around Brian's role. Brian is not an employee of JeffCom, correct? There's a level of independence as a consultant that we hired. Who wants to be first?
Nobody.
So if you're sitting up here, it's because
We're going up to
municipal government or sheriff's office or fire authority.
I have questions, but not so much for Brian, but for.
I do know Sam McCloskey said he's got to leave soon because he said equipment breaking down like crazy, stuff like that.
Oh.
Sam, would you like to, he did ask me if he could go first in line just to avoid beating, so.
I have a couple questions for county commissioners, anybody with the county, and you can jump into if you want. My first question is, and you started to hit on it, but I'd just like to take it a little further. The difference between, what was it, 1.7 million and 400,000. And he kept talking about services that wasn't gonna be transferred to JeffCom. So how much are we still gonna have to pay to have them services here? And how much does that reduce the difference?
That's a very good question, and that's the same one I have, that I'd like to know, not just that there is one, but what it is, so.
Right.
We may have an answer, but maybe Brian, I'll put you on the spot in terms of where we are in the process of kind of quantifying that.
Yeah, I guess we should probably let John weigh in on that as well. I mean, our initial estimates is at least a $500,000 savings overall for the county. But again, we need to nail down these one-time costs that we're gonna have. And any ongoing costs. John and I have already discussed the fact he's probably gonna need a records tech to accommodate some of the work that's not gonna be transferred over. I keep pointing over Brian, he's not JeffCom.
And it sounds like
Closest thing you got, so yeah.
it sounds like you don't fully know that answer yet, but you're in the process of deriving that answer. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would venture to say we've figured out, in theory, over 51% of all of it. We're down to the nuts and bolts and making sure the parts actually fit together. Discussions of everything from how do we take on simple things like notarizing? Well, we'll just have to make everyone in the sheriff's office a notary. It's a free training from Secretary of State, but it's not the manpower and it's not the book and everything else. So these little things that are the details we're working on that we are close, but the other vendors having some what ifs. Our eForce current vendor for all of our records management system, our CAD, everything else says the capabilities are this. Whereas Central Square, which is a combination of what is being used over in JeffCom or even Gilpin, they've got different theories of what would be the different levels and requirements of us. So we're trying to vet all those out. I've gotten quotes from Central Square, gotten quotes from eForce. So that's pushing us closer. Now we need to get the two vendors talking and discussing what is the actual portion of this? Because yesterday in a phone call with Kevin, who is the IT director with JeffCom, he says, well, wait a minute, it's somewhat in between. So I'm going to relate it to almost the Olympic circles. There's some overlap. Both of the companies can do a little bit more than what they're saying because both of them are also their salesmen. They're trying to bolster a little bit. So those are the weights that we really need to get into, but we are getting there.
I hope that I misheard something you just said regarding, for example, just one little piece of it, the notary. You said that if they're not going to provide that, then you have to train everyone to be a notary. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Every single employee?
If every single employee is not a notary now, why would they need to be later?
So right now, our dispatch center covers notary services for all of the entities. And we have to notarize all the paperwork as they're coming into the jail or any other affidavits that we're emailing off to the courts and so forth. So someone other than a party that was the one on scene needs to be able to do it. So that could be jail, it could be a different person that was on patrol. So we just need to make sure we are covered. During the daytime, it's easier with having some record staff that would be notary. But right now with only one records tech, that's only covering one shift. We need to then make sure other shifts are covering those. So is it a fix? Absolutely. It's still likely cheaper than doing a remote notary with JeffCom because remote notary service is something that they had advised they would pass on as a cost to us. The cost behind it is training their people, and then every single notarized paperwork has to be recorded. So it becomes more of the terabytes in the space of the IT portion that adds on.
The reason I asked that question is if everybody doesn't have to be a notary now, you just need to have a notary available, then it would seem that you would need to have a notary available, which doesn't necessarily imply that everybody has to be a notary to do that. That's just what I
Rotating
need.
shifts are our problem with that.
Okay.
I think my sense of the answer to this question at the level of precision we have right now.
That's
is
right.
that
That's my point.
The savings will be somewhere from good to great, right? At least $500,000 is a sixth of our current budget deficit. And I think $500,000 is it accurate to say that's a worst case scenario?
It can be a worst case scenario if we're going to hold the line on the savings, right? And we got to get to agreement on what some of these ongoing costs are going to be as we move forward. We haven't got there yet. I think it's all the work that John is doing. I think we'll have to do some analysis. Hopefully Brian can help me do that in terms of, what those ongoing costs are going to be moving forward based on the transition. And we'll have that number shortly.
And I didn't want to get too caught in the weeds. I just want to pull out that one example and say, let's make sure that when we are looking at compensation, we're trying to compensate. We start out compensating to create equivalency to what we've got today so that we have the equivalent of what we have today and not demand something beyond equivalency if it's not required. That's all. I just,
And I just just for the sake of everybody in the room, current costs, I'm just going to go through the list. Clear Creek Fire Authority, currently 181,000, projected to be 65,000. Clear Creek EMS, 195,000, projected to be 75,000. Clear Creek Sheriff's Office, 810,000, projected to be 190,000. Empire Police Department, 35,000 rounding, projected to be 9,500. Georgetown Police Department, 150,000 rounding again, it's projected to be 33,000. Idaho Springs Police Department, 350,000 rounding, projected to be 113,000. Total difference, 488,000 versus 1.7 million.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I think I have in my head as we think about the municipalities and knowing that you'll have additional responsibilities you don't currently do is, do those savings reflect enough for you to be able to provide those services in-house? For looking at our numbers, the answer clearly is yes. And I also want to point out, I think this is maybe the least relevant piece of the conversation, because the really important piece of the conversation is we just can't do this if we don't think the quality will be there. And I'm really interested to hear perspectives on that.
Well, I think the most important thing is safety, obviously. But you also wouldn't do it, even if you got safety, you wouldn't do it if you didn't have the savings by the time you got through compensating for all those additional things. And so that 1.2 million between, basically if you just round off 488 to 500 and compare it to 1.7, there's a 1.2 difference. And of that 1.2, how much are we going to be stuck picking up? That's all I want to know to help me get there. And will we really see a detectable difference in service?
And that brings me to my next question. I can see you've done a lot of research with JeffCom and all that. And I'm sorry, you sound an awful lot like a salesman for JeffCom. Have you done any research, any checking with the people who actually have to deal with JeffCom every day? The boots on the street, to find out what they think of JeffCom services.
So
That's where the real tale is told, is the people that have to work and deal with it every day. Have you reached out to anybody in that kind of a situation to ask their opinions?
The two of my neighbors who also live in Clear Creek, obviously, are Chief Mike Weegee. He lives right across the street from me. He's a board member in JeffCom, and I have been talking with him and listening to him ever since before the decision was made. Another one is Dave Montesi, and Dave is the EMS chief at Evergreen. And I don't want to put our fire and EMS on the spot, but at some point you should ask them what they hear from other agencies that are in JeffCom. But what I have heard is that they're highly satisfied with the service that they get.
Okay.
I can elaborate. I just had the same conversation with Chief Weegee last week, along with their volunteer assistant chiefs. And I've also dealt with Foothills, but yeah, there's a level of service from the fire and EMS side is really no different than what they had before for Evergreen. I listened to dispatch for 2 days and went, sounds just like it used to sound. And their ability to get information on the computer from what's going on in the region is much better than we currently have. So their awareness of what's going on in their region, like from Foothills knows if Evergreen's on a run and vice versa, they can see it in their office. They can see it in their vehicle and their computers. We currently don't have that. So there's some advantages to come out of this. And yeah, there's some hiccups. We know there's some hiccups with mapping. There's going to be some hiccups with terminology on our end and their end, because there's some things we probably shouldn't say. Slang or shorten it. So we shorten things we shouldn't. That's going to have to be corrected, but we're doing the same thing right now with our dispatch center and trying to fix run cards and stuff we haven't for the last 3 years. So I don't see a difference from my perspective, from a fire perspective. And long-term, there's some benefits. If Jefferson County agencies move to Fort Collins dispatch for wildland fire, which will probably happen within the next year, that's in the final stages. There's going to be some benefits there also, because for the first time ever, we're not having that transition. We cross right now, we cross into Jefferson County. JeffCom is calling Pueblo for resources because that's the Pueblo dispatch on the federal side. We're calling Fort Collins. And so, for example, if Evergreen asks for an aircraft, even in our county, in their district, it goes to Pueblo first. Pueblo calls Fort Collins, because Fort Collins dispatched all aircraft in the state of Colorado. Fort Collins dispatcher calls back down to Jefferson County Airfield to request the aircraft. We're trying to fix that too. In conjunction with this, there's some efficiencies that are coming out in DFPC dispatch, federal dispatch, and dispatch centers that I think we're going to see some long-term benefits from. We'll change some things if we do have a catastrophic wildland fire within the region, and it's things that were learned from these troublesome that's driving this at the highest levels. All of that comes into play in this discussion from a fire perspective. When you look at the original concern with this was if ISPD were to go alone, go to JeffCom, and I call 911 in the city of Idaho Springs, there could be a delay. By everybody going to whichever center selected, that argument becomes null and void, right? We call 911 on our cell phones all over the world. It's the same system now. It just goes to JeffCom versus going, it's a Tom, for example. That's the change within the phone system. In the end of the day, though, from a service perspective, I just need an address. I need an address, and the information I'm probably getting from the call, the 911 call, is probably 50% accurate. That's just the reality of it. It's 50% usable and it's 50% filling.
Are you talking about current conditions
Anywhere,
or are you?
Anywhere. This is anywhere in the US. If I'm getting a call, I'm getting call information from an untrained individual, making observations to the best of their ability, relaying that to a dispatcher, who is relaying that to me. I need an address and an approximate situation that's going on. And if I can't do my job as an agency with that amount of information effectively, that's an agency problem, not a dispatch problem.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Can I add to, really quick, to his question? When this first became a discussion, I did reach out to smaller agencies in the area. This was probably 8 months ago.
That are working with JeffCom?
Yes. So forgive me if I say the towns wrong. I think it's Lakeside and Mountain View.
Correct.
Also Golden and Colorado School of Mines. So I spoke to either chiefs or lieutenants or commanders with those agencies. And I did ask, and I said, please give me a reason, like give me something bad. And none of them could do that. And I'm being, when I presented to our council and had JeffCom, that was one of the things that we had done as far as law enforcement. So I did not talk to larger agencies. I just talked to the smaller agencies. So I felt that was relevant to his question.
I can add.
For me, just elected official to elected official, I haven't been calling staff in other agencies, but I have relationships. Well, we all have a lot of relationships, but I've spoken to the commissioners in Jefferson County, friends I have on the Golden and Lakewood councils. Do you hear anything? Like, do you ever hear anything from your staff about being unsatisfied by this relationship? And similar framing, like, please let me know if you've heard anything. And I haven't heard any complaints, for what it's worth. I know electeds don't always hear every detail. So to answer your question, Sam, that's
okay. It's really much more because I've reached out and spoken to a lot of people also, and all different levels from line to command staff. It's a difference in culture. It's a difference in what people are used to. So in the metro area, everyone is used to primary radio traffic on the one channel. I'm en route, I'm on scene, send me help, or all good. Everything else is on a different channel. So you just switch to a different channel on your radio, clearance of people, or I'm setting up this command on a different channel. It's all a different culture. Up here, we're not used to that. I've done it in the metro area. You come up here, it's a breath of fresh air. You can do everything on one channel. We talk to each other. We got a large fire scene. We jump onto the fire channel. Very similar to a different channel, but we are much more centralized. So we're talking cultural shift more than is it a good or bad difference in radio traffic. We're still talking to someone through the radios. It's just a difference of culture that we have to work out the nuts and bolts and policies.
Does that mean you need to get used to reaching for the switch and switching to a different channel, basically?
Correct. Little things like that are the cultural shift. The bigger things are going to be our dollars and looking at technology of what is a better fix. And that's probably going to answer other questions. I want to make sure he gets to finish chatting before I get into our technology and fits and some of our workarounds and what ifs of why we just need a little bit more vetting and time. But
yeah, and before, Aaron, have you heard anything or done any research for your colleagues around the metro area?
Yeah, I know quite a few people who work for agencies that are dispatched by JeffCom, and I've spoken with a few that don't really have any complaints. But some of them spent their entire career there. They don't really have
a frame of comparison.
Yeah, they don't have a lot to compare it to. EMS is obviously a big piece of this. We're also the most simple transition here. From an agency perspective, you'd mentioned earlier about all the acronyms, which makes it really difficult to interpret all the information. 99% of those acronyms don't apply to EMS. As a matter of fact, maybe none of them do. Really simple.
Chat, we'll give you one.
I'm not sure that acronym was even up there. So we're actually a very simple transition. I don't, based on the information that I have, I don't think that anyone would notice a service level difference at all from an EMS only perspective. And that's all that I'll speak to because that's all that I know about. I don't know any of those acronyms. They're all law enforcement.
Thank you.
I have one more question and then just a couple of short comments. You know, let somebody else take over. Have you researched or do you have any plans to research any other options like what everybody's been talking about with Gilpin or anything else?
I can take a stab at that one. Sheriff Albers in this room, I want to say it was March of this year, mentioned that he'd scheduled a meeting with the sheriff in Gilpin County. It's never been formally discussed in this room. We've never seen a proposal. So I think in fairness, we don't really have anything to evaluate. And one of the reasons why I asked Brian, the consultant, the question about how much effort and what the timeline looked like for JeffCom to get things figured out. My understanding, like John Kyler mentioned that they've been talking about it for many years, but I don't think it's, unless I'm wrong and haven't seen, or there's information I haven't seen, I don't know that it's really gone much past the level of conceptual conversations that, hey, we're friends, we're neighbors, let's work together, let's look into working together. So I think what we'd be looking at is potentially delaying this process for at least a year. And then the other kind of concern that I have is we're in an environment where there's a lot of scrutiny in our sheriff's office right now, and there's a lot of effort to critical incident teams training as a result of incidents that we all know about. And to go through an effort to stand up a multi-county, multi-jurisdiction agency is no small thing. And so I think it could be a potentially hugely distracting undertaking with an unknown endpoint.
To add to that, I did call one of the commissioners this morning. I spoke to one of the commissioners yesterday evening and called one of the other commissioners this morning in Gilpin County and just asked, like, have you guys had any formal conversations? Have you had any conversations about a potential merger? And the answer, just like the answer from our board, is no. And so, like, that is a long process. And, you know, when I look at, there has been developed, I think just very recently, kind of a back of the napkin approach to understanding, you know, how much staff would we need in a hypothetical combined scenario. And it looks like we could save around 8 FTEs. And my big concern right out of the bat with combining 2 counties and saving 8 FTEs is it sounds like and there, of course, there would be cost savings that are split between the 2 counties and all of our partner agencies. But it sounds to me like that's going further down the road of a situation which really frightens me, which is where we have a single dispatcher. And now that single dispatcher is covering twice the territory when they're on staff. And from my perspective, we've been lucky. We roll the dice every day when we just choose to have a dispatch center with one person in it. And we haven't had a major fire in 100 years, but the next 100 years, I'm not willing to roll that dice that long. So that's kind of my take on the prospects of a merger. When I think about contracting with an agency that has the economies of scale as they do, I think you can achieve savings without sacrificing quality. And I think when you talk about cutting 2 dispatch centers in half and combining them, you're talking about achieving savings by sacrificing quality. That's the sense I have, and I'd welcome anybody in the room to correct that.
My reaction to it is, as I stated earlier in our comments, is, you know, having achieved savings through economics of scale in the past and getting a sense for where that limit is, just as it was clear to me that we couldn't, because there's a list of things that aren't covered, that we couldn't cover the 1.2 million between 1.7 and roughly 5, I'm going to call it. Whether we argue that's 4 because there's some capital in there, not as inconsequential. At the same time, it's hard for me to believe that a small agency cobbled together with sometimes one dispatcher on duty can combine with another one like it and somehow find a way to find the same savings as something the size of JeffCom does. It just doesn't make economic sense to me. I don't have a degree in economics like George does, but I've done an awful lot of finance work and budgeting and estimating, and I can't imagine trying to cut the cost and bring that together. And when I hear that it's been batted around for years and we're bringing it out at this moment, it's really hard for me to think about creating those delays, especially in light of something else we're working on, which is trying to understand how to stand up an agency that can effectively be, I believe the term, sorry if I get it wrong, is CLIA certified in order to be able to deal with one of the top things on our plate right now, which is effective co-response, to make sure we're doing the right kind of things, the right kind of people in the right place at the right time, and to be able to stand up that agency, do all the negotiations to do it, figure out how to do it, potentially still be at times understaffed relative to what we've got, is it feels like we'd be a couple of years out before we'd effectively be solving a problem that we've known as a real problem here for a while, for a few years. And then the last thing I'll say about it is that delay also bothers me for the same reason George mentions. I did this at one point thinking about Clear Creek County because I look at how dry we are here. And I think it was the East Troublesome. It was one of those fires, and I just overlaid it over Clear Creek County. Like took a screenshot and overlaid it over the area around Clear Creek County, and it like reaches from the other side of the divide to Golden and from, Nederland to Park County to 285. It's like the whole thing burns, and we need to have an agency that's ready when it happens, not if it happens, but when it happens. And I'm not saying it will happen on that scale here. We don't have exactly the same conditions, but we have enough hot, dry winds and enough days with high winds in this area. You look at Berthoud Pass, you look at how often it's got the highest winds in the state and stuff like that. And you know that one day we're going to have something happen and we're not going to be lucky. And I want to make sure we're prepared for it.
So take that overlay and move it a little bit to the east, and include Jefferson County in that.
Mm-hmm.
In that scenario, where is Clear Creek County going to come in JeffCom's priorities?
It's a great question. Brian, do you have any?
So anytime you're talking about crossing jurisdictional boundaries, right, it follows, I don't want to get into jargon, but it follows, there's a national standard for how incidents are managed, right? So there would be a lead agency that would be in command of that. All the other agencies would work under that. JeffCom would consolidate resources around that team and would work with that team to do it. So it's not a matter of, these people are answering Clear Creek, it's how do you manage the incident? So it's very different when you get into those scenarios in terms of how they actually work. So I don't want you to think it's, Clear Creek's lowest priority because, they're small. It would really be managed as a unified incident. And, the folks in the room who have been through these can back me up on that piece. So
One thing to add to that,
I understand that in the incident of fire.
Yeah.
Let's change the scenario a little bit. A blizzard comes in. We get 6 feet of snow dumped on Clear Creek County and all the way down through Jeffco and the Denver metro area and everything. There's no incident management team that manages that.
Yeah, that's correct. So, but let me give you another example of why why economies of scale matter, right? So JeffCom is, I know you think I sound like salesman, but the JeffCom is one of the few in the country that has remote dispatch and call taking capabilities, full capabilities of those, right? So let's say that people were buried in their houses and couldn't come out to do that. JeffCom could actually flip those switches and people could dispatch from their house, call take from their house to be able to handle that volume that comes in. There's not very many agencies in the country that can do that, right? Now, whether that's an
dispatching or working remotely, dispatching is
started during COVID.
So yeah, it started during COVID. So, but right now, only call taking is happening remotely, and it's a small number of people who are doing that. They only handle administrative calls. They don't handle 911 calls. But the capability is there if you were to get into a situation like you mentioned, which absolutely could happen, where you could turn those capabilities on. So but right now, the only thing that JeffCom does remote is admin call taking only. And it's a small number of people, but they needed that flexibility, right? When COVID hit, everybody was getting killed with, oh, we got this many people out with sick and those kinds of things. So I think that's really just an example of the economies of scale. And I'm not saying that's the answer to everything.
Does JeffCom have relationships with other dispatchers? And the reason I asked the question, when I was visiting, I think Jeff Streeter, the gentleman who runs JeffCom, he mentioned that during the shooting that happened in Boulder at Safeway, Boulder's dispatch got overwhelmed and actually failed over to JeffCom's.
Yeah, JeffCom became the tactical dispatch for those incidents there because that particular shooting, for example, Denver, Jeffco, multiple agencies from around the Front Range responded to that, and Boulder Center wasn't able to handle it. And so JeffCom took over for that. So JeffCom has relationships with multiple. So they have what they call cat-to-cat integration, the same thing we were talking about for Clear Creek with like Arapahoe County, Adams County, et cetera. Denver is the failover for JeffCom in terms of if their 911 volume gets overwhelmed, it flips over there. It does have relationships with a number of different places.
That raises an important question that I haven't had an opportunity to bring up. I'm not complaining that I haven't brought up yet. So let's say there's an incident like that and in the metro area somewhere. And up here in Clear Creek County, we just have a person up a road that is in AFib and needs an EMT. Are they going to be able to handle that? How do they handle that now? You say that you bring extra resources when there's a big incident. Are you able to retain side resources for the smaller stuff that happens? Or not you, they?
You have to. I mean, I mentioned the I-70 incident where there were two other major incidents going on at the same time, but that plays out in small ways all the time, right? And so the ability to surge resources in and those kinds of things is also an important part of scale. Now, these aren't the things that happen every day, as we all know. I mean, these aren't the things that are the day-to-day bread and butter of a dispatch center, but having those capabilities is important. The other piece is that, in the case of an incident, JeffCom actually has an incident command vehicle, a remote dispatch vehicle that they deploy to agencies as well. So they can send dedicated dispatchers in that vehicle that can go and do those things. So there's some different capabilities that you just get at scale that you don't have that. I don't want to, in full transparency, right? Gilpin's been a client of ours before. I know their center. They have a good center. They have a good operation. They have good people. I don't want to criticize them at all because that would be very unfair. I think that if you look at it on the spectrum of savings and service, right, the service would be more similar culturally if you combine with a Gilpin. I think you would save a little bit less, right, than versus if you go to JeffCom, it's going to be culturally different. You're going to save more. I think that's just, I haven't detailed studied it, but I can tell you from working with dozens of these, that's probably what you're looking at. So I think you got to kind of look at those pieces.
Could this have been detailed studied a little more concurrently when we did the JeffCom study?
Yes, actually, it was something that Under Sheriff Stein had asked about. And so that was, we put a proposal on the table to do that. So it could have been done.
We didn't choose to do that.
That's correct, yeah.
Because, mostly we're shopping for a big ticket item. There's no argument, costs have to be reduced. We have to come up with something new and different. No argument about that at all. It's expensive for the municipalities, for the county, for everybody. But we're only looking at one option of JeffCom. The fact that he said it might take too long to get a survey done of how much it would cost to go through Gilpin. The numbers you were talking about, back of a napkin numbers, were those provided by Jeremy Jones?
No.
Okay, because he did some more extensive back of the napkin numbers for us, but they were dismissed because, I don't know why, because just simply they were not as low as JeffCom. And when it comes to those, we might not want to buy the bottom price service. If you're looking at a big purchase, you might not want to buy the top of the line, but you don't need to be buying the bottom of the line. You find something in between that's going to be suitable for our needs, which as Brian just said, Gilpin is more conducive. And we built our communications around working with Gilpin, with Blackhawk even coordinated into it as our redundancy. And every time that we've had to put that into action, it's been seamless, which there might be some cost just to transfer CAD systems. Am I right?
Yes, and we've gotten quotes on some of that.
And we have numbers on those, but without cutting entirely all the services that are being excluded through JeffCom and just the lack of continuity with this county and Jefferson County, I think it's time, or we should consider taking at least a short amount of time to look at what Gilpin might be able to offer us as a joint communications area for our region. If we have something regional that is Clear Creek, Gilpin, it would probably be better service. Looking at just one aspect of full-time employees, it should go beyond that. So.
Thank you for elaborating on what I was trying to get at. You said it well. We shouldn't be taking necessarily the lowest bidder when it comes to the safety of people in our community. We should be looking at all the options available. Even if it takes a little longer to get it done, we shouldn't just grab the first lowest bidder.
I would agree. If it takes years, like you're suggesting, then that's too long. This has to be something that happens sooner than not. But a preliminary view of it, a preliminary survey, just more communication with Gilpin County to see what we're looking at, just so we have an orange to compare with the apple that we're wanting to buy, or a bottom end product with a medium end product.
So I just want to, that's not my perception. And we spent a good amount of time kind of digging into, the perception when you're in the grocery store is that you get what you pay for, right?
And the
perception when you're in the grocery store is that you get what you pay for, right? And
perception when you're buying a bigger purchase in the grocery store, if you're buying an appliance that you need to replace, if you buy the same one that just failed on you, I'm not saying JeffCom's failing on this, but you go to the lowest end product, instead of buying the one here that will do everything for you, send you emails when you're out of milk. You might want just one a little bit better, a little more serviceable. It's going to cost a little more than the bottom end one.
I think a better analogy is, do you want to buy a Tesla that somebody else paid all the operational and R&D costs for and tested it out? Or do you want to go in your garage and build your own electric car?
In the same instance, we have that relationship built there, Gilpin County.
Yeah, that can go.
With that analogy, we have that built in already.
Right. But I mean, one of the, I think, important parts of the conversation we had before, there are a lot of capabilities that JeffCom has that we'll never have. We'll never be able to have the level of certifications that only a very large, one of the largest systems areas.
Like a CALIA certification to know that we're actually properly dispatching co-response. Yeah, I think so.
The services we need, the certifications.
Yeah, we're not talking services, we're talking the certifications is what you said.
You invoked, Jeremy had done, I'll let you describe the extent to which it was a back of the napkin calculation. Do you have any thoughts to offer?
Took the cost from Gilpin Dispatch, the 22 budget from our dispatch center combined together. I think Brian probably sells a copy. He does, of course.
I keep everything, sorry.
And there's some anomalies in the numbers, is the way to say that. There's some irregularities on some cost projections compared to what I think they should have been as far as looking at the budget as published.
Do you mean in the back of the napkin version of back of the envelope version of the merger?
No, I mean taking their operational budget for the year and our operational budget for the year and deciphering what lines match up with what lines, because theirs is broken down. There's this very excessively broken down is a way to say it. They've got a bunch of subcategories, which I'll leave it at that. If you look at this number.
You're referring to Gilpin County when you say theirs?
Yeah, it's just a different way to budget. It happens. So we took both those, put them together. Total, it's $2,194,092. Then took what we want, right? What do we want to do if we combine center? How many dispatchers do we need? Assuming we're paying dispatchers $65,000 a year, ran the benefits exceptionally high because it matched the other budget at $30,000. So the cost per dispatcher is $95,000. We need 16 positions. If we ran the numbers for 16 positions. Center supervisors, $100,000 a year plus 46,153 for benefits. Again, that matches the budget projections, not what I would normally do. For 146,152,00 per supervisor, total 2 supervisors per year. You add all this up, it becomes $1,812,306, which is a savings over the overall thing. And this was a request from the cab from, 6 months ago?
Correct.
Just to take their two budgets and figure out what it looks like, what total, each center total spends per year in 22. And then transfer those costs into a dispatch center that was joined together with the staffing as follows, right? All I did, so it's cost analysis for 4 dispatchers per 12-hour shift, 7 days a week. There'll be also 2 center managers. The anomaly, of course, is, and it's on here, is the benefits. When you run the budgets, they put benefits at 46.15%. I've never seen that in my entire lifetime doing cost projections, but as it was published in their budget, that's what I use. The worst case scenario. So, and I shared this, and this is a copy. So that was a conversation of what's it look like? Not a napkin conversation, more of a what's your 22 costs? What did each center cost? And what would it cost to combine at a level of 4 dispatchers per shift, 24/7, which we figured would require 2 for each county at a minimum for minimum staffing. And that allows you to take a little vacation surge, so you have 3 versus 4. And that's what we did. That's as far as it went at the time, but it was let's figure out what it really looks like versus what's right on the back of the napkin. How we think it's cool. What are the real costs? So.
What did you guys include for the startup costs of kind of like akin to the 3-year process?
And we didn't do startup costs. And that's if you get into capital investment for a combined center and startup costs, and there's maintenance costs for existing equipment built into both budgets. So console management, console contract, all that stuff's in there. But long-term, if you're looking from my perspective, previous life to this one, where do you put them eventually, right? Do you leave them in Gilpin? Do you leave them here? Do you put a combined center? What's the cost? What's the capital investment for that? What does it take to do that? What infrastructure has to be put in? All of that isn't taken into account. And that's probably 70% of your cost is driven by what that looks like. And then on top of that, what's your long-term maintenance of that infrastructure and that building and all that stuff? Moving forward 5, 10, 15 years.
Becomes requirements of self-funding, whether or not there's a different taxing.
And then it goes into,
does
is
it
it a Title
taxing?
32 district for taxing, which
Correct.
summer's DEFCON.
Self-sustaining it
Yeah,
later.
what's that district cost? That's a 3 to 5 year process. What's your taxing? What's your taxing burden to your taxpayers above and beyond what you're currently paying? All of that, we could have gone into that for 6 more months.
I mean, that's what the vision as it was described to me by the former sheriff was, we'll build a new center on top of Virginia Canyon.
Yeah.
And I know we just built a wellness center where there is infrastructure and it cost us $8 million. I mean, we're talking, the school district is getting ready to build a metal transportation maintenance facility. And I don't know precisely what their costs are. I was told they're guaranteed not to spend more than $6.5 million. And so that's a concern that I have. And another thing that I think about is I think about downtime because of internet infrastructure up here in these canyons. And I know the Jeffco commissioner was complaining to me, and I was complaining to her about multiple outages this summer due to internet downtime. I worry about one center with one internet line. And And so that's something else that I worry about. And I know in the metro area, there are multiple redundancies. And so I guess this is another question that hasn't come up to me yet is how many times since JeffCom was started, have you guys been down because of an internet outage?
We've never actually lost 911 connectivity. We have lost pieces of the rings, and then those fail over to other pieces of the rings.
Thank you. Because what I've seen multiple times this year was a Facebook post that says, our 911 center's down, please call 679 something, something, something. And if you're on Facebook, that's great. But if you're not, and a bunch of our people are not, and you have an emergency, like, what do you do then? I think we're lucky that we don't have a horrible story to share from those times that we were down.
Is that going to change with our forwarding our calls from here anyway?
It will not, and we've actually discussed that. So we've got some failure points that we're already working on, regardless of where we contract or make changes in dispatch. We've got only so many pipelines, whether or not you want to call it internet or fiber or radio. We've got only so many pipelines, and most of them are going up and over through Floyd Hill. And that's been our failure point multiple times. That will continue to be an issue because when that goes down, it's a domino effect because it's not just our 911 phone lines, it's a lot of the administrative. They may be up, they may not, but it depends on the backhaul. And it is also other services. So now we're talking Verizon, AT&T, reasons why we couldn't send out a reverse 911. That's only going to get to certain landlines if, and that's a big if, CenturyLink's still working. So we're really getting into the weeds, but until we actually complete some backhaul, which infrastructure is already being worked on, so it doesn't matter which center you want to talk about. You want to throw something out of, we're going to contract with Anchorage, Alaska. We still are going to have the same issue right now of having to get that fortified in the background.
So what you're saying basically is that if I don't have cell service, I can't get out to anybody.
Correct.
So
we're in the same position.
And I remember seeing Facebook posts telling me to dial 679 something, something.
Correct. It was
and looking at my
line.
phone and having cell phone service.
Correct.
And so I have a localized outage but I've got cell service. And so if I've got cell service and I can get out and I dial 911, if the 911 center is open, they're going to pick up the phone.
Correct. Because we're backhauling now.
So
fortifying redundancy.
We'll have an outage that affects Georgetown, but St. Mary's will have service, Evergreen will have service. And when they call out, somebody picks up the phone.
Okay. Yes, that's our Thor project that y'all are familiar with and some of our other things where we've been connecting to our radio towers.
Or for that matter, if I'm on a landline, right? If my phone can get out, if I'm on a landline, my phone can get out.
CenturyLink is still up and running. It wasn't their fiber that was cut. We're working with CDOT and some other ones for that backhaul, just to make sure we don't have that. But currently, that's not going to change regardless. Keeping dispatch local, JeffCom, Gilpin, anything else, we're on that same.
I'd like to hear a little bit from now from I think Idaho Springs, and then also from Lynette. So Georgetown. Chuck, Andy, what have you guys got to say?
I just want you to know, I touched base with Andy and Chief, and we thought that our concerns really had been addressed with the questions from the commissioners. So they were many of the questions we originally had when we had JeffCom and Sheriff Albert as well. We wanted to drill down on this. The savings is so large for Idaho Springs. And we were impressed with the safety record at JeffCom. We, as a city, we just did not feel that we were putting dollars over people or sacrificing safety. And in fact, that's why I originally said we appreciate the availability of additional dispatchers. If heaven forbid, there be a large fire or something, that was very taxing. So I will tell you, we feel that the relationship with the county is excellent. And we would like to make the transition to JeffCom with the county. But ultimately, we don't feel we have a choice as a city. We eventually would have to make the change. And by the way, I'm not saying that JeffCom, it would take us as a standalone city, but they may. And we're talking $200,000 difference. And it's just huge for a city of not 2,000 people. It's just difficult for us to justify a $1,000 a day type of dispatch for the city of Idaho Springs when we feel we're not sacrificing safety. So I just wanted to thank you for addressing many of the concerns of the people in the audience were the same ones that we had. And I thought you drilled down on those issues and you really answered our questions as well. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor.
Annette?
Thank you. Lynette Kelsey, police judge for Georgetown, same as mayor. So what I'm hearing from my constituents is that they have not built the same level of trust in an outside agency as you have, but that's part familiarity. I mean, you're obviously very familiar with JeffCom, having been there from building it up. And yes, we do have lots of remote roads, and I worked for the county for over 27 years, and I was in the land use group, so lots of experience with people calling a road something other than what its official name is, and that can wreak havoc in a dispatch center. Understand that. But I do feel like if there is an actual certification process within whatever pod Clear Creek County winds up in, that training people are easily trained. And then if you get a lot of GIS data that says, okay, it flashes you a message, the locals call this such and such versus what the official name is, that helps to alleviate concerns. The concern that I have is a lot financial, because even with having a more pinpointable cost savings in what the services you do cover or JeffCom covers, we still don't know what the cost might be for the excluded services. And we're a very small town, small police department. In talking with my marshal, I don't think there's many of those excluded services that we could actually take on without trying to increase staff. And we already have staff limitations, which means we've got to contract either independently or possibly join in with the county on contracting those services. And we need to figure out what those costs are. A lot of concern around that, because if that escalates significantly, then what have we really saved? So I did have a question with, so the makeup of the JeffCom board, how is that actually organized? Who participates in it? Do all of the agencies that are participants, do they actually have a voice on the board?
No is the short answer. So the board is comprised of the 8 agencies that were the 8 original 911 centers that consolidated to form JeffCom. From the rest of the agencies, they call user agencies. And there's basically 2 boards that those organizations sit on. So one is called the Law Operations Board. The other is called the Fire Operations Board, which is really fire and EMS. And so those meet on a regular basis. They fell off a little bit during COVID, but they're back to meeting regularly in terms of providing input on the day-to-day operations of JeffCom, how things are going, procedures that need to be changed, et cetera. So those are kind of the two layers of governance, but the actual board of directors is just those original 8 agencies that basically that had their 911 centers consolidated.
So do the agencies that don't have a direct voice, do they all feel adequately represented or?
I wouldn't want to speak for them, but I will say a couple things that I've observed. There's sort of a group of people that participate all the time, and there's a number who don't participate at all. And I'm not sure for some of them if that's a matter of not having time, feeling like everything's okay, those sorts of things. And then over the years, I know we've had people go in and out. So for example, I remember one agency who was concerned about particular things, started participating for a while, felt like they got fixed, stopped participating again. So I think it varies quite a bit. And I wouldn't want to kind of speak directly for them. I think the piece that people mentioned earlier of talking to those agencies directly is really important, and I'm glad that a lot of people have done that because there's no substitute for talking to the people who actually receive the service.
I heard someone say, who are the 8 agencies? Can you?
Yeah, sure. So it's basically Lakewood Police, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Wheat Ridge Police, Golden Police, and Fire is actually combined as an entity on there. Then you have West Metro Fire, you have the Arvada Fire, and you have Evergreen Fire. No, I'm missing one.
And rescue.
Yeah, no, that's part of it. I'm missing one law enforcement agency, so trying to go around the room.
Is it Lakeside?
Lakeside is not, so Arvada PD, yeah. So Arvada PD and Arvada Fire, yep. So there you go, yeah.
Is Arvada still part of JeffCom?
Yep, yeah. So both Arvada PD and Arvada Fire both are still, yep.
Have you had any agencies leave JeffCom?
No. We had an agency that did not originally join JeffCom that was part of the original scope that joined later. They were originally supposed to be part of it because they're in the county, but they chose not to at the time, and then they joined later. So.
I guess I'm just. Marshall Williams has expressed concerns to my board about responsiveness, maintaining quality of service. There is trust in the backups that are currently in place for Clear Creek Dispatch. So Gilpin County and Black Hawk, there is a seamless transition. If one goes down, the other kicks in. And we would want to be sure that we weren't risking not having that. But I do see the need for change because the costs of the existing dispatch keep going up and up and up and much higher than our revenues will sustain over time. So
ironically, I think we haven't even ever kept up with making sure that we've assessed the right amount to begin with, have we?
Overhead charges.
We do. Every year, the board reviews the amount that it charges.
Well, I think what Randy's referring to is we learned that we were not ever billing for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The administrative costs.
Well, I thought you meant
that we've been bearing.
Well, it's
associated with maintaining a facility and all of.
Which is what's hard to drive this conversation.
But it's also keeping in mind that this FY '24 would be the first fiscal year where we're assessing the full charge of dispatch to the entity.
That's my point, is that up until now, the county has been, two things have happened. We finally aged into becoming everyone's fully vested in paying their full amount, only starting now in 2024. On top of that, we found out we weren't even assessing the administrative costs that we'd been absorbing and subsidizing on top of the other subsidization. So those increasing costs are in large part the fact that the county's been subsidizing the operation for the other agencies up until this point in time, which gives you an idea that we've been if you think it's bad now, we've been getting that bad side of it the whole time. And it's just so, and we can't possibly continue to do that with the constraints of our funding streams being primarily property taxes. So.
And Mayor, that's still a discussion we're continuing, just so that you're aware, because we still have the other critical infrastructure, our towers that we still, and one of the discussions, do we just continue keeping the E911, the surcharges to help offset that, or do we have to split out the other cost? So that was a discussion on our last board that just came up.
I want to pick back up on a thread, Lynette, that you mentioned. You were talking about things that your department will have to do under this change. And I knowing the scale and the budgets of.
We can make that shorter. They're manageable and it's going to be lower cost than what our cost for continued dispatch services, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that's clear to me. I mean, Georgetown's talking about paying $32,000 instead of $150,000. What I was trying to get to was if you don't need a full FTE worth of work and it doesn't make sense for you or for Empire to hire a full FTE,
Right.
Is there room for us to collaborate
Yes.
amongst one another and try to figure out how maybe the county can provide those services for these municipalities on a contract basis? And that's what I was trying to get at.
Addition, we are able to adjust. Nobody likes change. Everybody likes saving money. Those are things that are easy to adjust. The first year of this change, we're going to have some more peripheral costs involved.
I think it's safe to say that there has been a benefit to having all these services that are provided by.
We've been spoiled.
All these services that are being provided currently by a centralized organization are best provided by a centralized organization. So whatever GEFCOM doesn't provide, rather than say now each one of these towns is going to be able to, every town's going to have its own jail now or something like that. That's not what the idea is. The idea is now we need to collaborate, but collaborate on the remainder, the gap, the things that aren't covered, and have a different and have almost like the same thing we've got now, like the cab, is that we have something that picks up those pieces and takes care of that in a way that still has an economics of scale, and so that each town still pays its share of that remaining part that isn't covered. And that will lower the cost overall, obviously, because like I said, if every town's got its own jail, and I just use that as a really bad analogy, we're going to be spending way too much money on jails. And so there's no point in having each one of these little services provided by Empire by itself. Speaking of Empire, since it seemed like you were sort of reaching the end of your list.
I have one more.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're close, yes. One concern that I have been hearing from the residents of Georgetown is that in non-emergency calls, there may be a prioritization that they're feeling like, oh, this isn't urgent enough. We're going to put this off. They won't be taken as seriously. An example that was given was you've got a short-term rental that there's a crazy party going on, and what kind of response level will that have? I presume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that those kinds of calls get turned over to the local PD, and they get to figure out what level of response to give it. They're not just said, well, we'll make a note of this and we'll get back to you on Monday, you know.
Yeah, so in fact, the way that it actually works is that as the call taker is getting the information, they're putting it into the CAD system, and multiple people see that. If you have officers on duty at the time, they see that as the call's going in, even before it's done being entered. The Clear Creek pod would see that at the time as it's being entered, even before it's done being entered. And so those decisions, right, they're based on protocol and they're based on the response plans of the agency. And so, when you don't have people, on duty at the time, if your protocol is, well, we're not going to page somebody out for a party, then they're not going to be paged out for a party, but that's based more on the agency's response. So but I do want to kind of put the flip on that, which is, it's going to be different if they're used to always a live person answering those non-emergency calls. That is going to be different, and that's going to be a change piece for people. Depending on, some people are more comfortable with technologies and phone trees than others. Personally, I don't like them either, but, so that is going to be a difference though.
So, yeah, and that gets to a point, how functional is that phone tree? How user-friendly is it?
Yeah.
Are you going to be required to enter the first name of the person you're trying to reach and you spell it wrong and you forget where you want to go?
It's a little bit different of a phone tree because it's more based on what's your incident type, right? What are you trying to get help with and those kinds of things. I would never classify a phone tree as perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I know they're working on it all the time, and trying to make it better. But, I think when you look at it, just like most 911 centers, they get an equal number of non-emergency calls as they do emergency, right? And that's a lot of volume. In a JeffCom, that's almost 400,000 calls a year, so so there's got to be a way to try to manage that volume, and the phone tree is really that primary piece. But it is different. I don't want to give anybody the wrong impression. It's different than what you're used to now.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, I didn't want to play favorites since I live in Empire. Empire's getting time now.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to make it to our school safety issues.
I also need to leave.
Thanks, Chief.
So, Wendy, Jeanette, either one, and Jeanette, feel free also, whichever one of you wants to ask any questions.
I don't want to be redundant. A lot of my questions have been voiced. One of the ones I haven't really heard hit on, being as we're smaller, the NCIC and CCIC entry, that kind of thing. Are we looking at any kind, if we go with JeffCom, any kind of a collaboration? Because otherwise I have to hire a person for just that. And as it is, we wear many hats and.
Oh, understood. I see it firsthand. And I think that's what I was trying to address a little bit ago. I think we've got to, I can't speak for the other two commissioners. I can't imagine that we wouldn't have, it seems like the cab that we have right now becomes, it assumes a different shrunken function to provide the services, and then that cab can begin to look at those services and better understand which of them are completely, it could be that we look at some of that stuff and evaluate the necessity of every one of those things, whether we completely duplicate exactly what we've got now and is missing. I think it gives an opportunity to look at a little more manageable scale and have a little less dramatic conversation about those things and make some real good decisions about what we need, what we don't need, and then how to best provide it and share the cost equitably. Is how I would view trying to get that done. And it'd have to be a collaboration. And personally, as a person in county governments, it seems naturally that we would be happy to try to convene that discussion about how to pick all that up and make sure it's still covered. But it would be, again, it'd be like equal or proportional partners in the thing and not just the county trying to dictate what it is to everybody else. I don't know what it looks like. I'm not an expert on it, but I just want to make sure everybody's covered. We're safe. We've got all the great services that we've been getting up till now and possibly more by the time, we might discard something and pick up something else. I don't know what it's going to look like, but just have better services here.
I am curious to hear, you probably walked in the room with a lot of the same concerns all of us had around quality and how does it work and all that stuff. And what's your sense? Do you have a conclusion you want to share now about your sense?
No,
Are you satisfied by the answers?
I think it's like John said, it's what people are used to expecting. And some of that viewpoint is going to have to change. For example, his talking about the phone tree. Once you get past that stage, I think you would see more satisfaction with the service.
Okay.
But I think initially you're going to hear bitches, for lack of a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeanette?
And dovetailing on, Lynette asked most of the questions that I was thinking of, and then Wendy as well, but we're teeny tiny, so to tell us there's a huge cost savings, but you haven't figured out how much that collaborative effort would be, that could still be huge to us. We still want to know that number before we can say, yep, we believe it's really enough of a savings to change all these other things that everyone's happy with. The main catalyst for the change was not because anyone was unhappy with the service. Everyone
Right,
has said,
right.
it's been fantastic. That's not anything that we want to lose. It's simply for, not simply for, but the main driver is the cost savings. But for us, we're in budget season. I have no idea what to tell my board. We're gonna have to come up with beyond those numbers for JeffCom. I don't know what the other costs are gonna be. We can guess, but we'll probably be way off. So yeah, we can't take on another employee to cover some of those things. So and for us, it's scarier because we have such a tiny budget compared to everybody else. So that is a huge concern. The other thing, budget-wise, that's kind of coming up for us, just what, 2-3 years ago, we spent $23,000 to get eForce. We're brand new to eForce, and we're still, paying some of those things. And now we might have to switch to something different. And again, is there going to be some way that migrates over? Are we going to have to I know it said 50,000 and it'll be split between everyone, but again, we just dropped a bunch of money. For us, that's a big number.
Well,
So that's what we're looking at. We're gonna have some upfront costs that for us seem huge. And we just spent some of that, so we might have a little bit more pushback just because for us, it's really hard to see how we're not gonna spend a bunch of money up front that I don't know where it's gonna come from. That's kind of why we might sound a little bit different. We're not quite seeing how the savings is gonna hit us as much.
I think when I look down the spreadsheet and remembering some of the numbers from George, looking at the other spreadsheet that I don't have in front of me, but for example, Empire would be paying under this new arrangement for the services that JeffCom provides, would be paying $9,500 compared to, I believe it was around $35,000. Is that correct?
You have a good memory.
Thank you. But numbers it's a curse. You want to know what my phone number was when I was 5 years old?
Nope.
No. Anyway, what I want to say, what I just want to say was that our expectation, when you're worried about what you're going to have to budget now on top of what you're used to, what we're really talking about is reducing the amount that you have to budget. But we haven't been able to pin down because of the ancillary cost, that ancillary uncovered cost. We haven't pinned down what that reduction would be, but we're very confident it's a significant reduction. We just don't know exactly what that is yet.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think to all the municipalities in the room, your worst case scenario, I hope, and hopefully John and I can work on that and have that number here shortly, is going to be the numbers that George threw out with respect to the FY24 cost of dispatch.
Right.
Right. And those are the worst case scenarios.
Instead of $35,000 to maintain the status quo, you'd be paying, you would be paying $9,500 plus some portion of that difference, which it sounds like is you're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of, you may still have to budget 60% of that difference. And if the difference is $25,000, then that means that maybe you'll be looking at 60% of $25,000 is another 50. So you'd be budgeting 25 instead of 35 or 20 instead of 35 or something like that. We don't know what it is yet, but you're working on those numbers to find that out. Does that seem like a reasonable?
Yes.
Because when you say 500,000 instead of the 1.2 in savings, I'm looking at 5 over 12 and thinking about what the percentage savings is. So somewhere around 50 to 60%. So you'll be saving somewhere between 40 and 50%. If 50 to 60% is what it would cost us to backfill, then you're going to save 40 to 50% to get there. And so it looks like you'd be budgeting 20 to 25 instead of 35. And so it's not like you're going to have to budget 35 and then something else on top of that because of this brave new world. It's the object is the opposite.
Anyone we haven't heard from?
More additional thoughts from people we have?
If anyone wonders.
Hard for me, but I got one more thing I'd like to bring up.
I thought you went first because you were leaving. You sandbagged.
It's a good thing.
I just want to bring up one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, that is maybe not so much as a concern for the making the decision, but it's gonna be a concern for public perception. And this is something that's been mentioned to me by several people that I've talked to about it. The perception that we're giving away our county's individuality, and that this is the first step in many more to come, where we're giving away little parts of our county to Jefferson County or Summit County, and eventually come to the point where Clear Creek County just becomes part of Jefferson County or part of Clear Creek County. There's a lot of people concerned about that we're losing our individuality. Like I say, that's maybe not so much a discussion in making this decision, but it's something that you should be aware of, that's some of the public perception out there.
In general terms, change is hard and good both.
Yeah.
Not always, not 100%. There's good change and bad change, but I'm
Right.
just saying generally, people say change is good. They also say change is hard. And, a lot of stuff's changed in my life, so I just try to keep changing.
Sure.
Yeah.
One thing we haven't really discussed is the process that follows if we make a decision to make an ask to the JeffCom board. Brian, can you speak to that a little bit? I mean, we've got some work to do, obviously, what John and I do with respect to what these one-time costs are going to be, so everyone has that understanding.
I think, go ahead, and then I'd like to follow up with your comment real quick.
So we need to make an ask of the JeffCom board at some point to take the next step. And I'm curious if you can speak to what that next step is. And I know we still got some concern in the room right now with respect to what some of those one-time costs are going to be. Do we make that ask? Develop the one-time costs, and then some of our partners say, wait a minute. And what wrench does that throw into the process, et cetera? So I just wanted to.
I was thinking the same thing, and I thought about it before I got in the room today, and and it's not just one-time costs, there's also ongoing costs that are in addition to.
Correct.
So I know what you meant. And that is, if we ask, there's still a matter of JeffCom looking at the recording of this meeting and just thinking about everything they want to think about and deciding if they want to do this too. But then concurrently, we have some questions to answer. And it seems to me like that we have to be, as we would be hoping for JeffCom to take a look at that if we said we'd like you to consider us taking us in. There's a couple things we need to know. One is that we don't have any outliers and rebels so that we can put together a cohesive package and that JeffCom is taking on. So we still have cohesive coverage, that we're all in the same basket somewhere. And then what is the additional cost going to be, so that once we're sealing the deal, if we choose to do this, that we know what the total deal is we're sealing, including what our residual costs will be on top of the JeffCom contract. So that then when we're signing a contract, we can reflect to the public that we know where all the pennies are going and how we're going to be providing all the service at the level that we knew we were going to provide it. Because that's been our number one thing, is we still provide safety, and we provide a lot of other things besides safety within the package that comes out of what we've got right now.
And before we move into like the next steps conversation, I think I have one additional question that came up that I think needs to be asked. And then I'd like to maybe just kind of share my own conclusions from the conversation thus far.
Well, didn't you have some comments?
Yes, do it. One more.
Oh, yeah. Can we go there first?
Yeah, you want to go first and then I'll go?
No, excuse me.
I've got to excuse myself. Thank you for letting me participate.
See you, Mayor.
Chair, can we take 5 minutes, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
This time it'll really be 5 minutes.
I gabbled everybody not to stop talking, but to start talking. Amy is here today representing the Empire Police Department, and because Andrew can't be here, the chief, and so could tender your thoughts as well. I'd appreciate it.
Sorry if there was any confusion there. I have a unique perspective. I was with Clear Creek County for 3.5 years in the dispatch center. Now I'm with Empire, so I'm kind of seeing both sides of it. I guess my concern with JeffCom is, as somebody who's actually interacted with their dispatchers, I am concerned with quality of service and training. I have personally taken a call that was in our jurisdiction for police, but JeffCom's for fire and medical. And the dispatcher tried to get the RP reporting party to walk through CPR on a person that was unconscious, but they were breathing. That is a huge safety concern. I had to call a supervisor and make them stop their dispatcher from hurting somebody. Like that is, and from what I'm told, like Clear Creek has EMD. It's a process that we can read through. I'm not sure specifically on how JeffCom's is, but from what I've been told, it is like a computer system. It kind of just keeps going through the steps. You can't really skip a step. And the dispatcher had no idea what she was doing wrong. And I'm sure there are competent dispatchers. I'll take it on multiple occasions. I've been very concerned for our citizens to have to deal with JeffCom. And I have spent tons of time on the phone arguing jurisdictions and no, this is your call. Like, and people are hurting. People are not okay. That is a really big concern of mine.
Yeah, so JeffCom has
Stop working there. How long ago were you working there?
I quit in March and started with Empire.
Yeah, so JeffCom has EMD just like you do. It's the exact same, and as you know, it's a national protocol, so it's the same. In terms of you can't skip a step of those kinds of things, that's not true, as you know. I mean, the big thing is that newer dispatchers tend to cling to that protocol much more religiously than, those kinds of things. So I have no idea the situation that you're talking about. And so I don't know if that was a new dispatcher or kind of what that was. But yeah, I mean, I think, as you know, there are high washout rates in dispatch. It's not a career for everybody, right? And so when you look at it, things do happen. And some of the jurisdictional pieces, we've heard some of those concerns. We have the same thing with Park County within the, and some of those kinds of things. Some of that comes down to GIS maps not agreeing, come down to a lot of those kinds of things. What I found that's really been disappointing as I've tried to run down a lot of these things is that something like that will happen. And there's no follow-up to actually go back and say, okay, why did you think it was our jurisdiction and why did we think it was yours and how do we fix that? And that's what I get worried about, right? So I would never, JeffCom is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, no, and I expect them to be. There are just many times, and I have been concerned. You did say that people are in pod specifics. I have been concerned, though, with people being moved around, and this is just my perception, as I will get a call that is 100% not in my county when I worked with Clear Creek. I will transfer it over to Jeffco. I give it to them and they're like, no, not us. And then I used all my resources.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if my CAD maps wasn't hitting it. I would use Google Maps. I would use Clear Maps. I used whatever was at my fingertips. I've had to go as far as walk people from one intersection to another. Like somebody's having a life-threatening emergency.
Right.
And the JeffCom dispatcher's like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. And it seemed like an unwilling participation. And I just feel really bad for the other person on the end of the line. So I have had concerns about their quality of service, and I'm sure it's not like that all the time. But when we had to transfer over calls too, a 911 call being transferred to JeffCom 911, you go to the phone tree. I don't know if anyone's aware of that.
That's not how it's supposed to work. So
right now, if 911 in Clear Creek gets answered, but it falls into Jeffco's jurisdiction, if you have to transfer the 911 call, it goes through a phone tree. And then you're just using words to try to get through to tell them that it's an emergency.
Then I can tell you with certainty, that's not the way it's supposed to work. So that's being transferred to the wrong number. Just frankly, I mean, that's a technology problem. Those again are the kinds of things that I wish that those would get run down, and actually fixed, because I mean, think of that. That's crazy life-threatening kind of thing. Like the fact,
for the person on
100%.
oh, so sorry, you really need help? Well, let me try to get this figured out, like.
So literally every agency that gets dispatched by JeffCom, right? Their officers, their dispatch personnel, et cetera, have a dedicated number that goes directly to the pod that services that area, right? Transfers are supposed to go into a specific number that goes right into the 911 queue, not the non-911 queue. So something's wrong in that process. But I mean, when you look at it, because those are the kinds of things that I hear and I get really concerned about. And then I try to run them down and I have a hard time sort of finding out, okay, what was that? How do we fix it? How do we get to those kinds of things? So because not the way it's supposed to work, you know, and I remember recently as we were talking, I was talking to some of the officers and they're like, oh, I couldn't get a hold of dispatch. I'm like, why not? And they're like, well, I just called the general non-emergency number. I'm like, well, why wouldn't you call the agency number? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Or some were like, I didn't want to bother them. I'm like, well, then there's a reason why you couldn't get a hold of dispatch, right? You know, so I'm not at all dismissing what you said, but my thing is that when those things come up, we got to fix them, right? You know.
Well, I've had good interactions with JeffCom dispatchers.
Yeah,
too,
sure.
But I've had a slew of bad ones.
Bad ones,
And
yeah.
I'm also concerned, where are the call takers in relation to the dispatchers for the pod? Are the dispatchers only in the pod and the call takers all in one separate? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so right now, fire sits on one side, call taking sits on the middle, and law sits on the other side. But as JeffCom is going to be moving next year into a new building, that's actually going to change to create more interaction amongst those different groups. So
That interaction is very.
it is,
important.
yeah.
And so do all of your call takers take calls for every agency? Like dispatchers are agency specific, but are your call takers for everyone?
So there's a couple of different divisions in there, right? So 911 call takers have a little bit different of a training, a different enhanced level of training and those kinds of things. The people who only do non-911 calls will take for everybody. So there's some subtleties to that in terms of how people get trained and how they get staffed and those kinds of things. So, you know, the admin dispatcher or call takers can't take 911 calls, right? Because they don't have the same level of training. The ones who take 911 calls can also take non-911 calls. So there's some different pieces in how that works.
So the issue that I see with that is we took a lot of non-emergency calls that were definitely emergencies.
And that's, yeah. And
How is that handled if your call takers are trained for everyone? They don't know, and then you get bebopped around to a few different stations until finally somebody's like, oh, they used the right words. I know where they're at, like, because locations can get super confusing.
Yep. Yeah, and there's protocols to handle that. So because if you look at it, right, like some of those things. So one of the things about JeffCom is that let's just say that I'm assigned to the Lakewood pod. I don't just have insight into Lakewood, right? I can see all the resources in Jefferson County, fire, EMS, law enforcement at any given time on that CAD screen, right? And so where if they're coming up with a location, they tell me they're one place, let's just say that they're calling on a cell phone. The cell phone's telling me that they're in one place. I'm literally trying to narrow it down live on the phone, like where are they and who are there? And one of the things that the CAD will say is, here are the closest resources, right? And those kinds of things. So those are the ways that they're supposed to handle those kinds of things. Does it always happen that way? Can't say for sure, but I mean, I know there's going to be issues, right?
Oh, for sure.
You know,
I was just curious where the call takers were in relation to the dispatchers.
Yeah.
Because one of the unique parts about Clear Creek is you sit next to your partner. You don't have to call someone else. You both know what's going on all the time. And there's this sort of unspoken cohesiveness where
Correct.
if
Yep.
you can't do something, your partner's doing it.
Yeah.
And there's just this flow and everything's taken care of. And it really, I mean, if you guys ever have the opportunity to go up and visit dispatch, it's really a wonderful experience to see what these people are capable of and the way they work together and the rapport they have with their officers. And I'm also worried about the sort of respect our officers have right now with our dispatchers. Is that going to go away? They're not going to have that same sort of closeness. So it's not going to be that same sort of feel, that same sort of service. Like it's just going to be a person on the end of the radio.
I worry about that a little bit.
And that scares me because
Well, I worry.
removed from dispatch, I still greatly care about every law enforcement officer in this county, and it scares me.
Well, the reason I say I worry about it is because it doesn't have to be that way. And with a number of the agencies in JeffCom, it's not that way, but with some it is. And that's kind of the way that they choose to their officer training, the way the dispatchers in that pod get trained and those kinds of things. So for example, ride-alongs and sit-alongs, right? There are some pods where that's mandatory, right? That happens both ways in those kinds of things. And you can see the difference in those pods, right? So every pod has that opportunity for people to do ride-alongs and those kinds of things, right? There's process by which they get scheduled, all that kind of stuff. But not everybody takes advantage of it, and not all the agencies do sit-alongs. And so in those cases, yes, those relationships degrade, right? And I worry a little bit just because of the distance that maybe people won't do it as much,
What I think I'm hearing is it's kind of on the agency to decide
100%.
how they want to train. And what I'm hearing from you is that, and of course, we don't control any of the municipalities and how they do their training, or the sheriff and how he does his training. But should they want to have their deputies do sit-alongs or have dispatchers do ride-alongs?
100%. That's the preferred.
Well, and I was thinking the same thing. What you describe is in large part, it's kind of like a small town versus living in the city. You have a small dispatch operation, so you don't need to be spread out over a large geographic area, whether it's in the same building but in a different room, or in a gigantic room on the other end of the room, or whatever. It's a small crew, so therefore you're in close proximity, and you're in the same building with at least one of your agencies, and so you're naturally gonna have that rapport. That's something you give up with when you go to a larger scale. But what it does mean is that, it's, of all the different things I've heard here today, it's one of the most legitimate comments about a thing that's real, even if we get every bit as good as safety training, we get some aspects, we get even people that are trained in things we're not trained in and stuff like that. There's still a structural loss of that tight-knit small unit. And so one of the things that I think when we talk to Jeffco about saying, if we do, that we want to have them consider this, is that among the things we'd like to do is emphasize the fact, both to our agencies locally and to Jeffcom, that we think that those ride-alongs and that creation of familiarity is pretty critical. And when there's turnover in the pod that we would be in, that we would hope that when new people come into that pod, that those people have that opportunity for socialization as well. And the same thing's true with our officers, that they get it's a continually rolling thing it's a legitimate, actual real world concern. It's not necessarily a deal killer, but it's a deal that probably requires a solution in order to maintain something we care about.
I think it provides a better quality of service to everybody because it is so close knit. It's something that you don't get in the larger agencies. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up is really Gilpin. The amount of times they've taken over and helped us. I don't know if you guys are aware, but when we had Bruce's funeral, which that was a terrible loss for everybody, obviously everybody wanted to go. And Gilpin took our entire center on hardly any notice and made the entire thing work. And there weren't any issues, no measurable issues. Like, they made it work on such short notice, and we were so grateful for that because we work with them all the time. If we get too many 911 calls, they take them. If they get too many, we take them. Like, we are each other's fail-safes.
Mm-hmm.
And we've worked seamlessly for years. And I would urge you guys to at least try to look into what that would look like. I get there's a lot to that, but don't just take Jeffcom as the end all be all. Like, do give it another option.
Okay, I have one question about a comment you made, and I heard it 2 or 3 times today, and that's about a non-emergent case. It actually, it's received as a non-emergent case. It is an emergent case. Is that generally a case where the person is having an emergency and they don't even realize it's an emergency when they call?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about the times I walk in the house and my wife said, "You're bleeding on the floor. What's it?"
Right. This is the.
I don't have that awareness that to them, they're like, oh, well, somebody could be dying. It's fine. I might just be having a heart attack. Like, to them, they're like, someone else's emergency is more important. Or they don't think of everything right away. And then you start to talk to them and you're like, oh, like I need to get the whole county there right now. But you just thought this was just a blip in your day. It's just funny what people classify as non-emergency.
Perception.
Yeah, exactly right.
I have two questions before we go on. Is there a process within JeffCom that they take on these kind of anomalies that occur? Why are they not, you're saying, we don't get the answers to this, or you couldn't do it. Why are they not doing it themselves, or are they?
It depends. Yeah. So it does in some cases and it doesn't in others. And I think that it's usually where it's perceived and initiated from in terms of who follows up on it. So, so for example, there's one county that JeffCom consistently has transfer issues with because they don't even stay on the line. They literally just send the call over and hang up. And so JeffCom almost never even knows where it's coming from and those kinds of things. So they have to start all over, right? So they've tried many times to go through and work out protocols with that agency, and that agency is like, we don't have time. We're too busy. We're just going to keep transferring them, those kinds of things. So yes, in some cases they do get followed up on. In some cases they're like, well, the problem, we don't think it was on our side, and so it may not. So do they follow up on all the ones they should? Probably not, right? But I mean, I think it's usually a perception of where it started in terms of the problem. So, but yeah, unfortunately, I think that too many centers are too busy and they take those things as blips rather than how do we systematically fix those pieces, right? But I know, for example, where there was a jurisdiction boundary problem with another 911 center that transfers to JeffCom quite a bit. You know, after a couple of weeks of seeing those go, like literally the two technology people looked at the maps and they're like, no, this piece isn't updated because there had been some boundary changes and those kinds of things, and it got fixed, right? So that's a positive story. And then I think there's some other ones where it doesn't get fixed, right? For whatever reason.
Well, and the people who are calling quote unquote non-emergent that have no clue, but I have many, over 36 years in with CDOT, and almost 8 of that I did dispatching out on the highway.
Sure.
And
it's amazing what people think is.
Yes, it is. It's terrifying, actually. But, you come across SOP for one place may not be SOP for somewhere else, especially when you're covering large areas as to how they would handle something. If that makes any sense. Incident command is totally different.
Yeah, it's a different story, but yeah. No, but if you're talking about going through a call taker, right? The call takers are extensively trained on, you have now crossed into emergency territory. Here's what you do about that, right? And so, and remember, many of them are 911 call takers, and so they understand the emergency protocols, know how to get the right information, et cetera. If by some chance that runs into somebody who's not a 911 call taker, there's a process by which they're supposed to bring somebody on the line, not flip it over to somebody, right?
So
but bring somebody on the line. Exactly. And so that they can actually do that, right? And work through the emergency protocol, get the right resources, et cetera. So there are procedures in place for all of those things, you know, so it's, now again, does everybody execute perfectly every day? No. But I mean, there are things in place that are supposed to handle those pieces.
Well, give you an example, talking about different jurisdictions. I got a phone call telling me there was an electrical line on the ground throwing blue sparks on top of Vale Pass. So you go, this is an Excel thing, but it gives you an idea. I called them saying, we need somebody up there to fix this. I need the address. It doesn't have an address. It's, okay, here's the mile marker. It's this far from the Vale Rest area. It's, no, I have to have, no, you don't.
No.
And they kept up with this. I'm giving you the best description I have. And I hate to put it to you this way. If that isn't sufficient, I need to know who your supervisor is.
Correct,
because when I get charged with having this person die because they got out of their car to go look at the pretty blue sparks.
Right, exactly.
that is not, that was preventable.
That's right.
And so that's what I meant by different types of training.
Yeah. So when you look at that, right, so as an example, GEFCOM has a policy that was put in very early on that said, anytime we're in a place that doesn't have an address, we're going to start associating information with mile markers or with trailhead markers or those kinds of things to build that database over time so that the next time somebody calls on Vale Pass, they'll be like, oh, wait, the last time we got a call from that, it was by mile marker this. We know this about that area and anyone can pull that up. Now, again, that knowledge gets better and better over time and you always run into new ones. There was recently a wildfire, for example, where they didn't have information on the gate code because the owner had changed it. They never thought to, call into dispatch and those kinds of things. And so dispatch had to go track that owner down, get that information, those kinds of things. So some of those things do happen, right? But the fact that there is these rural areas or these unincorporated areas or areas that don't have those markers, that's some of the things that they try to do. Yeah, exactly right.
I think one thing to take away from this though is that we are a rural area.
100%.
We've got 4 little towns and the rest of it is, there's some addresses along the way, but you very seldom, unless it's your address. You're not always that evident. And so understanding that in a rural area that location by mile marker on a route is very common and sometimes the only way other than a GPS location that you have to identify where you are.
Yeah.
If you're not standing in a place that you're completely familiar with and know the address.
Yeah. I can see a lot of trees, right?
Oh, that's really good.
I think the GEFCOM.
Big rocks too.
That would be socialized in GEFCOM because obviously they're already dealing with, for example, the Evergreen area.
Evergreen jurisdiction, yeah.
Clear Creek Canyon.
Yeah, Clear Creek Canyon. So, yeah. So, yeah.
So I've been monitoring the Facebook comments and a couple of things came up in the Facebook comments that I want to address that I think are pretty relevant here.
Fair.
I'm seeing a claim that, and I'm curious, have you seen GEFCOM's performance data? I know in the slide deck, it shows the standards is that the standards that you have, or is that your performance, or can you clarify that?
So the standards that are there are the target standards for all those different areas. You can go out and look at any given month or year in GEFCOM and see how GEFCOM did against those. And you can see at different points when, GEFCOM was low in staffing, they didn't always meet those service level metrics, right? As you look at the past, especially, 9 to 12 months, been more consistently hitting those metrics and those kinds of things. So, but yeah, there's been times where GEFCOM's been off of those metrics when you look at it. Some of those are COVID hit a lot of those things, right? And some of the protocols that were put in place in COVID and those kinds of things hit some of those metrics pretty hard. But yeah, there are months that GEFCOM doesn't hit those. I don't know if that was your question. Sorry.
That is my question because one of the comments I'm seeing, somebody's being helpful in looking at a bunch of board meeting minutes and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Reporting that average time has been 2 minutes to process a priority 1 call. Does that match?
No. So when you look at averages, I don't ever remember the average being that high. So if you look at just to give you an example, when you look at the service level standards and those kinds of things, 95% of 911 calls answered within 15 seconds. I've seen that go as low as 85% in certain months, right? But at no point do I don't have any data that says 2 minutes was the average, right? Because if you think about that, that's pretty severe.
That's why I wanted to ask you. And I'm curious, do you guys track your?
We don't have a full step of what they're doing on how long it takes for 911s because we don't ever have any issue like that. We get multiple 911s. It's someone else is grabbing another one, or we're saying, yes, we've got people en route and we've got, XYZ, or hold on while I page that out. We're a simpler dispatch center. We aren't separating out our call takers from the radio and everything else. So it's 2 different styles of metrics too. they're receiving it in a different room, different area before it's given to the others. So it's computerized and they're reading it and then they start dispatching out. So we're still talking fruits, but we're also apples and oranges again.
But one answer is we don't keep those statistics, right?
Factually.
So we don't.
We do track in our QA program with the goal of 1 minute dispatch.
And how do you perform to that?
Please come up here so the
Yeah.
TV or the microphone again.
TV. Tom Dale speaking.
Not probably in the past year due to staffing.
That was my understanding. We didn't have any
We're running
stats.
on a skeleton crew. I can pull you stats from a year ago or 2 years ago. That we QA a percentage of our calls and again, evaluate based on that goal of 1 minute dispatch.
And are we always hitting that goal or?
Pretty consistently, unless there are extenuating circumstances, right? If you can't get a good address, there's nothing to dispatch. If you're wrestling back and forth with that for 30 to 45 seconds just to try and establish a location, it pushes everything back, right?
I've been that caller, so I can come in.
But Tom, are you saying that you're basing that on your QA samples or the whole data set?
No, I mean, there's no way I can physically, I can pull answer times for phone calls and that. But yeah, no, there's just no way for me to quantify 100%.
Thank you.
We don't actually have those stats because that was something.
Yeah, that's something we talked about. Yeah, so, yeah.
I wanted to make sure I was not.
Yeah, I was going to be like,
Says, I'm looking at a quote from the 2023 June monthly report. Maybe you can help me understand it. Currently, the 90th percentile is 2 minutes and 7 seconds to process a wireless call. Help me understand that.
Don't know, would have to look at that more specific.
What's the source of that data?
So you're saying it's out of the June 20 stat report?
Monthly report from JeffCom is what?
I'd have to go back and look.
You're basically getting that third hand from someone on social media.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Help me understand.
I mean, I can go back and look at the report and see what's in there. They're all on the website. So, I mean, I can go back and look and see what they're talking about, but without sort of going and digging in, I don't know offhand.
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to dig into it a little bit and understand. We haven't really asked about specific data from you or you. And by you, I mean, I'm pointing at Tom Dale now. So, okay. The other thing that I have to ask is related to, and this is and I'm actually reading this in the July minutes of the board meeting, of the JeffCom board meeting. JeffCom's looking at a fee increase of 50% when you amend contracts for 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, but your rates already reflect that.
Our rates already reflect a 50% fee increase.
They do what people would be paying in the future. So because we knew this would be past 24, we just went with the rates that are anticipated to be there. So.
And so this explains one of the comments that I'm seeing is that we're proposed to be charged more than current users. And
that's correct. Yes. Because of that switchover. So, and the other difference, which I mentioned earlier, is that capital fee, which the current users don't pay because the 911 fee offsets their capital fee. So that's the other difference in terms of what's being charged.
Okay. Thank you. Those were the other two things that I wanted to bring up. Thanks to the person on Facebook who's showing those minutes. And I'm ready to sort of share my observations and then talk about next steps.
Go ahead.
I mean, my take on this, we've been talking about this informally and then formally for years. At first, my general knee-jerk reaction to the concept of outsourcing is a negative one, especially when you're talking about outsourcing to a private company, because you know, like you can look at their profit margin and you can say, well, geez, that's not efficient, right? Like this is a nonprofit. I think it's a different situation. And I watched the presentation to Idaho Springs in December, and that was the first time that I was like, you know, maybe I should take this seriously. That there's a chance here that JeffCom can do better than us. And during the last year, I've heard a lot of different concerns, and I've kept a document that I write those concerns into, and I got all those questions asked today. This is the first opportunity to ask these questions directly. And I'm satisfied by all of the answers. I know there's stuff to chase down locally around how we're going to continue to collaborate on what's left behind. I know there are some questions that we need to get to the bottom of, and what I want to do is, actually, I don't want to do it because I don't know how to compare because we don't have our own data to compare. What we have is some anecdotal evidence that JeffCom doesn't always meet targets. And we know that we don't always meet targets, but we don't have data on that. So, I mean, what I think is that with regards to emergency response, which is the chief mandate here, JeffCom can do as good or better than we can. I feel much more comfortable with a larger agency in the kind of large emergency situation that we have not experienced and have been lucky to. And I'm pretty comfortable moving forward, very comfortable moving forward. I think we're making this decision based on quality. The outstanding concerns about quality that I hear that are relevant, if not crucial, is around, I've never met a call tree I like. You know what I mean? And I know, like,
you can empathize with that.
Yeah, one of the first decisions we made as a county government when we found out about our budget crisis and the fact that the Henderson mine was going to dramatically reduce production 7 years ago or however long ago was we stopped having a person dedicated to answering Clear Creek County's line. Yeah. And I still hear complaints about it today. Yeah. And it's annoying, right? It's a convenience issue, I think. My sort of commitment as we try to navigate this budget crisis and look for, and I think our commitment and look for savings is that we won't dramatically reduce services without giving the taxpayers an opportunity to vote for a tax increase. I think that lives on the right side of the line for us to make this decision. This is not a reduction in service. This will have a convenience impact on people who are calling 911 non-emergency. And I'll be one of some constituents who will be a little annoyed by that. But with regards to if we make this change and someone needs help, which is something that we should take very seriously, I think they're going to continue to get the help they need. And so I support this change. Thank you for sitting here for 5 hours answering questions from all angles, including, last second gotchas.
Not even, it's really only 4 hours. Yeah. 4 minutes and 20, 4 hours and 20 minutes.
It's only 2 breaks.
And so, I mean, I don't know where you guys are at, but that's where I'm at. I think we have a lot of explaining to do to the public. This is going to generate a ton of questions. And we're going to have to figure out a way to boil this conversation down to a way that explains this decision.
Yeah, I largely agree with George. I think I don't have the same kind of a history, although something happened that really changed my thinking. And that something was, I had heard some things around. And sometimes when I hear things that I don't think make sense, I like going to the source. And I happened to run into Chief Ouija, who lives on my street. And he literally invited me to the JeffCom board meeting the next day. And I found myself in Jeff Streeter's office. And I asked him some very poignant questions and got what I felt like was the truth. And then I also had the pleasure of taking a tour of their facility. And their facility is like Houston Space Command. I mean, it is so impressive. And just to see the level of discipline that they have, the level of record keeping that they have, the monitors they have, the dashboards that they have, just the scale of the people who are in that room gave me tremendous confidence that they know what they're doing and that they're at the leading edge of technically and organizationally what's possible. So as soon as I experienced that, I kind of settled in my own mind that going down that route was in the best, was going to preserve all of the safety that we had and very, very likely, almost certainly enhance it just due to the resources that they have available to them and the scale that they have and the experience, all the collective experience they have from West Metro and Evergreen, all those other agencies. I know recently there's been more and more talk about Gilpin and Clear Creek. And if I think of a spectrum between something that's turnkey that we could turn on tomorrow and something that's pie in the sky that I have no idea how it's going to go, I would say JeffCom is probably here. And the idea of partnering with an unknown entity is probably here. And I'm a fiduciary of this county too. So in addition to all the conversations we've had today, I take very seriously my responsibility to make wise financial decisions for the county. And the amount of money it would cost for me to quantify what this could look like isn't going to work for me. So I don't feel like there's a legitimate option to partner with anybody else. I know there's been some conversations about it, and I would encourage anybody who's interested in that to continue your conversations. But in the meantime, I don't know that we're going to have this opportunity with JeffCom in 2 years, or the pricing is going to look the same, or the opportunity is going to look the same. So I'm not going to personally postpone what I think is doing my job for the county. I'm going to evaluate this and look at just should we go with JeffCom, or should we actually ask to come with them, right? I mean, it's not necessarily a done deal that their board is going to invite us on. I certainly hope it is, after they've encouraged us to hire a consultant and spend some money and go through all of this process. But anyway, and I to the people who've talked about the local jobs, local feel for things, I hear you and I acknowledge that. But one of the differences of sitting on this end of the table is we don't get to deal with easy stuff. We don't get to deal with routine decisions, right? That's our staff handles everything. And the only things that bubble up to us in general, other than the recognizing people for awards here and there, are hard decisions that don't have clear black and white answers. So there's pros and cons on either side of the ledger. And this isn't a complete slam dunk from that perspective. And one thing that makes me feel a little bit good about it is when I was doing my tour of JeffCom, I ran into my friend Shane, who I volunteered on Evergreen with, and who was transitioned from a volunteer in Evergreen to working in Evergreen's dispatch. And I think he's a supervisor now, isn't he, down in JeffCom? And I asked him, what is it like to work there? And he says, I love working here. He says, this is a great organization. I trust everyone. I love the leadership. And to me, that meant a lot to me. So I feel like I've done as good a job as I can gathering the evidence. We're never going to have 100% clarity on what we should do, but I feel like I have what I need.
Okay. I did not come in here with my mind made up today. As a matter of fact, I expected that I would likely request that we gather additional information and defer a decision until the 19th with the caveat, if I had a predetermined position that I thought I would most likely land on, it would be that, with the caveat that we communicate with JeffCom, in a way that let them know it's not that we're not enthusiastic about the job or about the possibility. With that, we want to make sure the questions are answered. The 4.5 hours that we've spent here today have largely answered most of those questions. There are a couple of them out there, though, I think that were pretty legitimate that do require, that they're addressed going forward. The stuff that Amy brought up a little while ago about you give something to get something. And what I want to do is give up as little as possible of what we've got right now that we have to give up some of, at least, to get something else. And that is that close-knit personalization and familiarity. And so I think the understanding and the agreement, and I would like, staff, as we put that together and make that request, the understanding that our attempt is going to be that we're able to, as much as possible, remain in close socialization, meaning both familiarity with the terrain and the community, as well as the ability to ride along, and a familiarity of staff, that we do try to do that. We've got a mountain flavor that I think is important for that. I think that's one piece of it. That's probably the biggest potential negative. With regard to the Gilpin thing, when I hear that it's something that we've been talking about and thinking about for years, and I look at what we're doing here, and we've talked about trying to save money here for years, and we've been unable to achieve the savings that we want. I just have an intuitive feel from having done budgets and estimating myself and tried to figure out where to squeeze the dollars out of it to win bids and things that partnering with Gilpin is unlikely to produce the kind of savings that we see we can achieve here. And so I'll acknowledge that as a kind of a gut level call without the information in front of us, but that's my general feeling about that. And so I think it's worthy to move forward. However, I would also want to ask staff direction today, because by the time if Jeffcom were to decide that we did move forward and by the time we're ready to sign a contract, I'd want to know what those costs are going to be, and I'd want our community to know what the costs are going to be to all the other partners, all the other agencies and all the other communities. I mean, for me to want to sign the contract, I'd like to know that. So that's a request, and I know you're already working hard on it, so it's not a criticism, but it's a request that concurrently with pursuing and making this offer and waiting for a response and some time on that it'll take from a board meeting and so forth with Jeffcom, that we're ready with the best penciled estimate we can for what that's going to mean, assuming a collaboration that provides those additional services collectively in a partnership. And as long as I know that we're doing those two things, that we're trying to accomplish, that we're expressing to Jeffcom that we want that personalization with our local community and our local responders, and that we are trying to give the best possible price and expectation for budgeting for all of our partners within the county, then I'm okay with tendering the offer.
Did you want me to talk process or?
Yeah, I think we do need to talk process a little bit in terms of, first off, I believe that Jeffcom would like the county to submit a letter on behalf of all of the entities for membership or to join Jeffcom. I did talk with Idaho Springs before they left, and they support that and they're on board. I guess I have a question for Brian also in terms of this process. If we submit that letter, and we get to a point, I'm going to assume this is not going to happen, but we get to a point where we're not happy with that ongoing cost, or our partners have concern with that ongoing cost. What does that mean for this process, for the board's decision, et cetera?
My biggest advice would be, don't be in a hurry to make that ask to Jeffcom. And the reason I say that is because I feel like any conditions, concerns, those kinds of things that you want to express in that ask, you want to have that all put together. And so, so the next Jeffcom board meeting is basically a week from Thursday. Probably wouldn't be able to get this together by then anyway. So I would probably be targeting more of the October board meeting. And I think that gives you some additional time to sort through the cost piece, any other concerns, caveats that you want to put in and those kinds of things. And I think either way, it would probably end up getting considered at the October board meeting anyway. So I think in terms of, settling the cost pieces and some of the other concerns that the municipalities, et cetera, may have, I think you have a little bit of time to do that. I know the staff's been working a ton on that. I know John's been working a ton on that. And so, in terms of writing that letter, I think you're better off sort of having everything underneath you. And I think that third week of October would be that next timeline. That's the next Jeffcom board meeting. So I think you're fine there.
My immediate reaction is that when I heard that the next step and the appropriate step, if we're going to do this, is that what Jeffcom wants to see is that Clear Creek County delivers a letter that's on behalf of all of the agencies and jurisdictions within the county. I'm going to guess that that's going to require a couple of board meetings to take place around the county in order for them to be able to ratify back to us that we can, in good conscience and honestly, write that letter. So there's a little bit of time involved in scheduling those meetings to be able to do that. In the meantime, the request that we still try to, because to get that help, the quicker that we can really pencil in some real numbers about what, some kind of an estimate about what that collaborative backfilling of the additional services might be is going to be very helpful in order to win that support.
I have a question about that. And I certainly look at this through the lens of we're all in this together. We're a small community. We all serve the same people largely. On the other hand, what gave me a little bit of a pit in my stomach is when I heard like, we all have to come in on this together, which it almost implies that a very small agency could have some sort of a veto authority over what we're discussing here, which was not my understanding.
That was going to be my question. So, Chair, that was going to be my question is, I know that we're each going to be, if we make this move, we're each individual members of JeffCom, but they're asking for us to make the ask on behalf of everyone because we're
Right.
providing the service today.
Right.
But that was going to be my question. If we have two entities here that don't want to move, are we not moving?
Well, I think I'm not sure that's our question to answer.
Well, no, that's my question to the three of you is quite frankly.
I personally am not granting veto authority to another government.
That's what I'm asking.
Is best for our citizens.
It's not, I'm not talking about our choice about whether to do that or not. What I just heard was JeffCom wants a letter from us speaking on behalf of everyone that we're all in.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, but I don't want to give the impression that it's an all or nothing piece, right? The board can make the decision, but I think that it's not, they don't want 5 individual letters. They want, whoever's on board needs to be represented in that letter because Clear Creek County is, providing that service as it stands today. And so when you look at it, I can't say, oh, if it's 3, they'll say yes. If it's 4, they'll say no. I can't say that. That's the will of the board, obviously. But in terms of there needs to be 1 ask instead of 5. I think that's really more what we're trying to say there. So
we need to be sensitive to like the reality of the situation here, right? Which is that if Clear Creek County stops operating a dispatch center, which is our decision, our partners don't have many options. And so like to be sensitive to that, I think it's important for us to ask when you go back to your boards, document your outstanding concern, list your outstanding concerns. You're obviously not going to be starting your own dispatch center. And I don't want to leave you in a lurch. I don't want to give you like absolute veto over a county-wide decision. Which is why I think it's important for us to really get specific. And if there are reasons that you're not on board, specifically regarding safety, we want to know that. I think one of the things I would like to put into this letter, and I'm kind of spitballing right now, is that this is going to be a categorically different transition than JeffCom has done before, right? They're going to be adopting a new geography, and that's I think worth noting in our letter. And asking that they, consider and be aware of, and respond to, right? They're like, it's different than just adding an agency that's already inside your service area. And it's worth articulating that, hey, guess what? For better or worse, we do think we're special and unique, and it's true. And that's part of what this transition conversation is going to look like. They need to be aware of that, right? So I mean,
I think pragmatically speaking, the more people we have on board, even if we're not unanimous, the more likely we are to achieve success with JeffCom.
Okay.
The second thing is talking about the portions of this county that we represent that happen to be the municipalities and these agencies. I think it's important that we do remember that like it or not, we are one community. And right now, the dispatch resource is provided by us, but it provides service to a number of organizations that belong to a CAB of which we are a member. And I think to continue to try to collaborate and seek that is important. But again, that's why I'd like for us to try to, as quickly as possible, not have it narrowed down to the pennies and dollars, but have it close, to have an understanding of the future costs to the community of that infill, so that when you go to your board meeting and try to come back to us, because you can't tell us yes, you've got to go to your board. You can't Wendy can't tell us yes. Not even Jeanette can tell us yes. Just a little joke here, okay? You got to go back to your board. Even Jeanette has to go back to the board. So But I want this to happen. I don't want to be messing around forever with this because I want Jeffco to have confidence that we intend to get it done. So we can do that so that in as timely a fashion as possible, we can have the answer back and know if we've got 5, know if we've got 4, know if we've got we've got not only the 4 towns, but we've got the agencies on board that are represented. I think that's really important for us to be able to write that letter in confidence. In the meantime, I would hope that information will go back to Jeffcom that we're taking all these actions and having these conversations because we're highly interested, so that they know that I don't want Jeffcom to get cold feet right now based on the outcome of this meeting, simply because we've got some process issues to take care of. And hopefully we can communicate that.
Yeah, so I have some questions related to all that then. So all of us are in the middle of building budgets right now. So I would suggest that each of the entities need to budget the full cost of county provided dispatch. We have a deadline of mid-October to get our budgets to our governing bodies. Meaning our draft budgets need to be developed before we're going to get to a Jeffcom board meeting. So I think each of the entities, unfortunately, need to be budgeting the full cost of county provided dispatch.
Which you need to do till we hear back from Jeffcom anyway.
Correct.
So-
Now, we may only be charging half of that in the end, but we'll see where that leads us. So I'm getting the sense that we're probably not even going to make the October board
We
meeting.
have to. I mean, we're burning tens of thousands of dollars.
I agree.
That we kick this can.
So that's got to be a
I'm not
commitment.
trying to kick can down the road.
I wasn't talking about you, Randy.
No, that's a commitment we need to hear from our partners. If we're going to make that October board meeting, I guess, what's our deadline for getting whatever we need to get to you?
So it's the 3rd Thursday in October. Do you have a calendar? So that would be the 19th, which means that it would have to go out to the board on the 16th.
And we probably got to have it to you sooner than that.
At least a week.
No, I think if it's sometime that week before, before as they're prepping the packet, it should be okay. Yeah.
But what date you said?
So it has to go out on the 16th, so it needs to come in sometime, late that week before. So the 11th, 12th, 13th, something in
I'm
that.
just thinking when I'm going to be. I'm adding 7 to 10 days to the 28th I'll be lucid in 3 days. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I'm out of country the 5th through the 13th. So that whole week between, I'm out of country.
So in order to meet that kind of a deadline, your board needs to have word from the municipalities for your first meeting in October, correct?
Which we've canceled.
Which we canceled.
Okay.
I think what this board needs to do is figure out by Tuesday at the latest what the direction is so that we're out of the way of this process.
Yeah, I can tell you right now what mine is.
I would agree with that. I mean, I had that thought in my head as well. Can you give me direction to send this letter if I can get agreement with our partners?
I'm comfortable with that.
And you could actually give that direction today.
We could. And
Oh, yeah, the bottom line is I'd like to acknowledge from our partners, and I would like our partners to have the closest idea they can of what it's going to cost for these ancillary services so that, they feel decent about giving us an answer.
But
And then-
I'm sorry, go ahead. So see, us telling you in front of everyone that we're giving you direction to move forward with the letter is important information for our partners, which is why I think it's important to do it, that we just did it now.
Yeah, yes, I think it needs a little bit of refinement. I mean, some kind of motion that relates to the fact we need an agreement. We're in agreement with the ongoing cost moving forward, or we need to come back and have that conversation.
Let's just say all of our partners here are enthusiastic about making this work right now. Let's just put that lipstick on this picture here. I was carefully, I was trying to pick my words right. I didn't. What do you need to do to be able to give that to Brian? Give him that concurrence? What's your timeline to be able to do that?
That means we're going to the board next week.
Yes.
which this is somewhat new to them because until we had
Sure.
specific information, they've only gotten bits and pieces. So they haven't had a presentation. I can't tell you what
Yeah. The good news is
Brian's gonna do.
they could get some popcorn and watch this 4.5 hours.
Well, there you go.
What answer did
We
you
have
want
a
from
little
them?
video in, yeah.
Sorry.
Realistic.
Yeah.
If they watch the first hour and a half, they're gonna catch most of the content, right? We've been doing a lot of rehashing.
Would this be accessible
Yes.
to anybody that's interested in watching bits or pieces?
Yeah, on
Yep,
YouTube.
it'll be on or it's already on Facebook. It'll be on our website and on YouTube.
Lynette, when's your next meeting?
Tonight. So the next meeting after tonight is 2 weeks from today, so the 26th.
Okay.
That should work.
So,
I mean, that all still happens before we end up
Yes,
having,
correct.
you know.
correct.
We've got a meeting next Tuesday and then we don't have a meeting again until later in October unless we call a special meeting. I'm having a knee replacement on the 28th. So that's going to be like getting punched in the head by Mike Tyson for about 5 days or something like that, you know? And then I'm back in service.
I think what's important is that any concerns we want to see in that letter are expressed now. And that, you know, direction is given to Brian to, you know, gather up and include the additional concerns from the people who are willing to be signatories on that letter. So that we're communicating accurately to GEFCOM. You know, we're interested in taking next steps and here are our concerns. That's what this letter says, right? We're interested in taking next steps and we want to hear our concerns and
We want an invite.
No, what this letter says is we want to join GEFCOM. It's not a rehashment of the concerns that we have. We need to get that done before we send the letter. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but
Yeah, I think if there are things that you're like, we want to make sure that in this transition, these things happen. I think that's certainly can include that.
That's what I meant.
Like just we have these 12 concerns probably isn't going to come across very well. So, yeah, correct, right? Right.
Not here are reasons why we still don't want to do it.
But there is a technicality here that Brian's expressed to us that in the real world, us being able to truthfully speak on behalf of our partners about their concurrence and willingness to join is going to be very helpful and important.
100%. Yep.
And so the timing of that, rather than just say, send out a letter that says all this stuff, well, we can't truthfully say we have the support of these other jurisdictions until we do. So having a little time to pull that together would be nice.
You do have the support of Idaho Springs. I mean, the mayor said that in front of everyone.
I'm aware of that. So go ahead and send it today and tell them we got Idaho Springs and see how it works out. That's my point. That's all I'm getting at is I think that I'm only saying that facetiously. I'm saying, well, what I'm saying is I think something that's intelligent and in keeping with what you're saying is we should try to get.
Yeah. We should.
Okay. All right.
I mean, in terms of like the problem, the thing we're trying to solve here is what is this board's word so that staff can get to work?
Yeah, understood. And I think I'm trying to do that too. And what it is staff should prepare to send that letter and staff should try to work with the towns on the fastest timeline that they can to tell them that they are effectively in, because if they can, then we can be coming to them and telling them we've got 4 entities that are here. We've got all 4 of the municipal entities that need to sign on in order to be part of this. And
just a clarification question.
County and municipal.
And the fire authority.
Yeah, that's what I was, that was my question. Does the fire authority as well? So,
it's on the agenda for the fire authority meeting on Wednesday. I imagine we're going to have less than a 4-hour conversation. I'm betting it'll be robust. And so as a heads up, we're all members of that IGA. And so I'll be interested to hear what your reps, it would be awesome. I know this is a big ask because it's tomorrow, but it would be awesome if there was a conversation with your reps and some direction given, so that they're, not winging it. I have direction from my board about what to say there, so.
Yeah, and yep. So I just think, so again, all I was saying was if we can send that with it, I just want to express to the other towns that it's very important to me that you guys have the opportunity to weigh in and get some information, tell us some stuff. And we're by no means saying, our way of the highway and walking away from you right now.
I mean, and to that end, I mean, we're not gonna, if the municipalities don't
Same.
have a position, I don't know how they can direct the fire authority to have a position
That's
tomorrow.
exactly the reality of it.
But we can at least have a good conversation and
Yeah.
schedule a special meeting at the appropriate time or whatever it takes.
I think we're probably the easiest one in the group because the consensus of the municipalities and you representing the ESD board is no different than them signing on. And I know Springs, of course, is already, who initiated this in December with the letter, already signed on to go into JeffCon when the letter was signed. When we allowed the mayor to sign that. And council voted unanimously to make that happen. So that's kind of the main point at this point. You guys make your decision. It's really down to Silver Plume, Empire, and Georgetown, looking at what they want to do and making their decision before it was Randy's point.
Empire did a letter too, so.
Yeah, and I was,
Did do the initial letter.
I can speak for Idaho Springs in my other role, I can't speak.
Yeah, for sure.
Just for clarification, through the cab and so forth.
Yeah.
They did submit the letter too.
But we appreciate that you're considering we do have to go to our board. It's not just us.
That's the only
That's
place
what
I
we
was
had to
coming
do.
from.
We do appreciate that greatly. Yeah, we do have to go through the process correctly, and they need to be able to tell us that. We don't get to just say it. So, yeah, thank you. We appreciate that.
So I see one of two options. You can give me direction today, or we're gonna need to schedule a special meeting, September, maybe end of this month. So you can hear back from hearing.
I'm okay with the direction today to proceed, but to proceed with getting all of the support that you can from the towns prior to writing the letter, based on two things. Based on the fact that Brian's read us the facts of life and you know, for JeffCom, but more importantly, based on the fact that these people are our partners to whom we're going to be providing emergency service. And so it's really important that we all try to get on the same page. And the stronger we are, the better an outcome we're going to have following the final outcome. And the better it will be received by JeffCom. So within the small amount of time, what I'm saying is I'm okay with go for it, but do it by doing the best you can to win the support of these towns.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, and again, I think from a practical perspective, the knowledge that dispatch is potentially going away from the county and we'll be needing to find something makes JeffCom look pretty attractive.
Okay.
You need any more clarity?
No, after 4.5 hours, I think I got it.
Almost 5 hours now.
We are hitting the 5 hours now. George has nailed it almost.
Do you want a formal motion? Okay. Directions.
We do have an executive session.
Thoughts?
Did we need an executive session for anything?
We do have an executive session on the agenda.
On a different topic.
Yeah, that's good.
This is
Good.
a short
We do
meeting
these
compared
meetings
to
all
some of the
time.
ones we've been having lately, so.
Yeah, but it wasn't even a real meeting. I mean, it was not even a thing, you know, it's not the regular, but we didn't have one last week. So, okay. All right. I think you know our intent is to make it work for everybody. That said, I guess, are we prepared to adjourn for the day?
No, we're going into exec session.
I mean, excuse me, going to, I meant was adjourn. And the regular session, go into exec session to come back to adjourn later. So, sorry.
You got it.
All right, so we are discontinuing this section temporarily in order to, and I move that we go into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 2464-24B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the effect of a vacancy in the office of the sheriff, the process of filling that vacancy, and ensuring continuity of sheriff's office operations.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we will now move into executive session. No minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. We will return to regular session only for the purpose of adjournment, so there won't be anything to do except see our faces, come in and go home. So, see you in there.
Randy, we're,
Oh, are we on?
yep.
Oh, hi, everybody. Yes, we have completed our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we are currently adjourned.